If you're looking for a little motivation to make your car look awesome, boy do I have a treat for you. You see, ever since I decided to pivot the focus of this channel towards vehicle appearance, I've had the opportunity to work on some pretty interesting projects. And since I know a lot of you have some time off at this time of year, I've gathered them together into an epic compilation for you to either binge watch alone on the couch or put it on in the background while you're supposed to be listening to your mother-in-law's latest trip to Punta Cana. By the way, I have a little gift for you. I put together a Spotify playlist of all the background music found in my videos, so if you want something to listen to in the garage, there's a link down below. For this first one, I'm going to be doing some spring cleaning on an Army Green Tundra TRD Pro. From what I understand, it's a pretty rare truck. Every year, Toyota has one special color for the TRD Pro lineup, and Army Green was the color for the year 2020. Now, I'm not sure if you remember the minor situation that happened that year, but needless to say, the plant shutdowns meant that they weren't able to build as many of those trucks as they intended to. This one belongs to my buddy, and since he let me borrow it to film a review video, I thought it would be nice to clean it up for him. If you've been following along with me for a little while, you'll know that I'm a pretty big fan of 90s cars, and the Acura NSX was one of the greatest ones to hit the streets. This specific one had been polished and ceramic coated like 10 years ago, and the coating was no longer beating water at all. My task was just to clean it up and get it ready for winter storage. So I used a ceramic spray sealant to improve the water behavior until next season, when hopefully I'll be able to apply a fresh new ceramic coating. Everyone agrees that it's a good idea to wash your car before you store it for the winter time, but there's something that a lot of people miss that could be a real threat to it. You see, if you don't account for moisture, whether you use a car cover or not, you can run into some real problems. I've been storing my MR2 here for the winter time for the last 20 years, and as you can see, it's in pretty good condition still. This 1994 Acura NSX belongs to a great friend of mine. Like seriously, he's one of the best dudes you'll ever meet. It's a super clean black on black car with only 50,000 original kilometers on the clock. So he's already filled up the tank one last time, and he's carved out the perfect spot in his garage for it to rest. So all we have left to do then is give it one final bath before it goes into hibernation. But here's the thing, I happen to know from experience that this Berlina black paint is super soft and easy to scratch. And while this car did receive a paint correction and ceramic coating quite a few years ago, the coating is getting pretty tired and the swirl marks are starting to appear again. He actually told me that last time he washed this car, it's not beating water at all anymore. And so that's one thing that I want to focus on here today is use some kind of like a ceramic spray or something as a temporary fix for right now, so that when he goes to wash it again in the springtime when it's got dust on it, it'll be easier to clean. Now let's pull it out into the driveway and open it all up to take a good look at what kind of work this thing needs to get ready for storage. Alright, let's take a look at what this car is going to need. I got the GoPro on here because I want you guys to kind of experience this car as if it's in your garage and you get to work on it too. First of all, on the exterior here, it looks like it's mostly just dusty, but it's pretty light dust, and I think this is just going to require just a quick regular wash for the exterior. The wheels here, I know he's not really a tire shine guy. I am, and since I'm doing the car today, I'm going to put some tire shine on. He can rub it off if he wants to.
Look at me, sure. I'm the captain now.
But these wheels look like as if the faces of them get cleaned pretty regularly. They're in really good shape. But if you look down in here, the inner barrels have quite a bit of brake dust built up in there. So I think what we're going to do is do a little bit of a deep clean on the wheels and get this all cleaned up, because these are so wide open. You can see right through these spokes. So that needs to be cleaned. It needs to really pop. Same thing with like inside the wheel wells here. Around back here, it's pretty much the same thing. You can see more of the dirt and dust on the paint on the back. It seems like this car gets dirtier on the rear than it does on the front for some reason. We do have some kind of water spots and stuff on the exhaust tips here, so we're going to clean those up when we clean the wheels. Now, I haven't looked at this car yet myself, guys. You were seeing this at the same time as I am. I got to figure out how to open this thing all up, because I want to get a look at, you know, under the hood. I want to see, let's see what the fuel door looks like. This rear trunk lid for sure. First of all, these door jambs kind of match the rest of the car. Very well kept, just a little bit dusty. So I'm not going to pressure wash these like I would on some of the other cars, like, you know, say the daily driven trucks or something. I'm just going to wipe these down with a rinseless wash, I think, because they're really not dirty, and I don't want to risk getting this beautiful interior wet with a pressure washer. And by the way, the interior looks like it's in really good shape. So I think probably at most, maybe just a quick dusting, little wipe down, run a vacuum through it. Is this the trunk lid? Yep. All right. I'm an NSX expert now. Where is the latch? How do we do the latch? I can feel you. I feel something there. I feel like it should be that right there. Oh, there we go. All right, what do we got? A prop rod here. And this goes in, looks like right there. Okay. Anyways, what kind of condition have we got here? It looks pretty much perfect. So we're not going to mess with this. We're just going to leave this alone. Remember, we're not doing like a concourse detail or anything here on this one. Maybe we will next year if he wants to do like a full paint correction and stuff. But this is just a wash before storage. Let's see. The trunk. No surprise. Super clean in here. This car is in such good shape. This is really a special car for sure. At the very most, maybe just a quick wipe down like the door jambs along the edges here, because you can see
There's just some water spots and stuff that'll wipe off real easy, but that's, I think we're gonna leave that alone as well. And I remember I have a friend that owns a couple of these, and I think he told me that these are, every panel on this car is soft touch close. Yeah, so you don't have to slam anything on these cars. This is a sophisticated car. It's all aluminum, very well built, really well designed. And now, take a look. How do I find the engine? Oh, it's just like this. Okay. This looks pretty decent. Could use to make it a little bit of a wipe down. I wouldn't bother getting this wet, and because of its age, I wouldn't want to soak it anyways. Is this soft close? Yep. Very cool. Check out the gas cap. Yeah, this needs to be cleaned up a little bit, but no big deal. We'll just clean that up. Maybe when we do the foam bath, we'll hit this with some brushes, and I'll leave that open to remind myself. What a car, man. What a car. Little soft close. Yep, it's true.
As always, I'm starting off with the wheels so I don't spray any of these cleaners or brake dust onto the clean paint. These are Advan Model 5s and they have a really nice metallic gray finish on them, so I'm using a gentle wheel cleaner on them since they aren't very dirty. And on second thought, I think the inner barrels have been cleaned regularly as well. They just got dirtier because the brake dust is more likely to collect in there. Unlike the last few vehicles I've worked on, these didn't require using steel wool to remove baked on contaminants. They cleaned up with very little effort, which is always nice. This might be an unpopular opinion, but I find that using brushes on certain wheel designs is actually more difficult than just using an old wash mitt, but that's a preference thing, I guess. By the way, if you want free tips to make your car look awesome delivered to your inbox every week, sign up at the link below. I've had multiple people tell me that it's the only newsletter they bother subscribing to, so that's pretty cool. This is a Pride V2 exhaust, and it's a big upgrade over the clunky looking OEM one. It sounds fantastic too. Since this paint is pretty sensitive, I'm foaming the car down first before I rinse it. The idea is to lubricate the surface immediately, as well as allow the weight of the foam to gently pull the loose dirt off the car before hitting it with a pressure washer. Then I give it a quick rinse before moving on to the contact wash. There's no reason to remove every bit of soap here at this point because we're still going to be foaming it again. Lately I've been seeing a few comments on here that are questioning whether it's safe or not to use a pressure washer on your car. And I can appreciate the concern because I'm the first one to be paranoid about scratching paint. There's a few things to consider here. First of all, there's a big difference between using a 1000 psi electric pressure washer and a gas-powered one that makes like 5000 psi. A high-powered one is better suited for cleaning your deck and stuff like that. It can totally rip the paint off your car if you're not careful. The one that I use though is right around 1000 psi or less now due to the upgrades to the hose and gun. I can easily hold my hand in front of it and it doesn't hurt. You also want to keep a safe distance from the car and avoid hitting known sensitive areas directly, like if you have a loose piece of trim or something. My MR2 has some of the most sensitive and easy to scratch paint I've ever seen, and the pressure washer hasn't added any swirl marks or scratches to it. Finally, what do you think happens to your car when you drive on the highway in the pouring rain? That's just my take on it. You don't have to use one if you don't want to. Now that I've got the loose dirt off the surface, I'm ready for the contact wash. I start by spraying a thick layer of foam on the car again before I start washing it by hand. When you combine the foam with the soap in the bucket, we're basically doubling up on slickness for safety. I'm using microfiber towels instead of a wash mitt because I believe it's less likely to create swirl marks, and on cars like this, safety is the name of the game. I did a video recently that explains everything a little more in depth if you want to learn my process for washing ceramic coated vehicles. One last rinse for the car, and this time around I want to be really thorough with getting every last bit of soap off. We can already see what my friend was talking about. This nearly 12-year-old ceramic coating is pretty cooked. The water isn't beating or sheeting like it should be, it's just sitting on the surface. So let's dry it off and see what we can do about making it bead water again. Now this is the most crucial part of this entire wash, and it's because of this. Do not put your car away wet if you're storing it for the winter. Allowing water to stay trapped in your car can cause all kinds of problems. There's obvious things like rust and corrosion, but it can also cause electrical issues and, believe it or not, damage your paint. For example, say some water creeps out from behind a taillight. That'll leave a water spot on the paint, but here's the thing. You won't be washing the car again for 6 months or so, and that'll give the minerals a chance to really etch into the paint. So the key is to dry your car off thoroughly after washing it, or don't wash it at all. I'm starting with blowing it dry, even though with a failed ceramic coating, it's not going to do much on large surfaces. It's actually more important to open it up and blow it dry in all of the door jambs, the engine bay, the trunk, etc. These are places where water loves to hide, so we gotta get it out of there. Next, it's time to address the owner's concerns with water beading while also drying the car off further. The leaf blower didn't do a great job of drying the car, and some of the water we blew out of the jams has ended up on the paint, so it'll need to be dried with a towel. I'm taking this opportunity to try a wet application of Gtechniq C2 V4, which is a ceramic spray sealant. To be clear, this is not the same as a wipe-on ceramic coating. No spray-on product is. But this will seal up the paint for a few months, or easily the entire winter in this case since it'll be indoors. And it'll make it bead water again when he washes it in the springtime. I've tried this product with dry applications on other cars, and my main complaint was that it felt kind of grabby. In my mind, grabby is bad, especially on sensitive paint, because it means you have to put more pressure on your towel as you wipe the surface. So I'm using it differently this time, where I spray it directly on the panel while it's still wet. This was a slicker application for sure, but the downside is that the water that remained on the surface diluted the product down a bit, lowering its protection and longevity. In this case, it's a worthy trade-off since this car is just going to be sitting in storage and will likely be polished and properly coated next year. I use the same ceramic spray on the wheels as well. Since they're in such great shape, why not add some extra protection? Finally, since I'm the captain now, I dress the tires. Here's the thing, I'm always preaching to people to use tire shine to create contrast, but that doesn't mean I'm a fan of artificially shiny tires. The goal is to make your tires look brand new by making them clean and dark black. This causes your wheels, paint, and tires to pop, and it makes your car really stand out. And wouldn't you know, my friend loved the look when he came to pick up the car. I offered to remove it after filming the video, but instead, he asked what I used so he can get some. It was from Suds Lab, by the way. The stuff goes on shiny, but then it dries to a nice satin finish. Alright, well, as you can see, I'm running out of daylight, so I'm gonna have to pull this thing back into the garage, and we'll finish up the interior and the jams and stuff maybe tomorrow in the nice warm garage. I can confidently say that this is by far the best feeling manual shifter I have ever felt on a car. I'm assuming that this is an aftermarket one because I don't think this knob is a stock one, but so I don't know if this is a short shifter, but it feels amazing. Back when they were developing the Ford GT, like the second one, I believe they got their hands on an NSX like this because they wanted to duplicate this shifter feel. So pretty cool stuff. In enough? Maybe a little bit more. As a tall guy, I'm kind of surprised by how cramped the cockpit is though. Headroom is a little bit small, a little bit short, but I mean, you're not going to complain with a car like this, are you? We've got her in nice and safe and sound. Let's close it down. You can smell a skunk out there, so I am locking myself in this garage. You are not spraying this nice clean car. Pepe Le Pew. So we've got it, what is it now, about 11, 12 degrees. We're gonna turn the heat on a little bit in here. It'll help to dry the car off some more as well. This thing sure is nice to have, I'll tell you that much. So good.
Well, there's no point in trying to hide it because it's obvious. I'm sick. And no, I don't mean sick. I mean, like, I had a fever and chills while I was washing the car yesterday, and today, as you can tell, I'm losing my voice. So I just want to do a little bit more tidying up of the door jambs, and I've got a little bit of rinseless wash in a spray bottle here. This is Optimum No Rinse, but you can use whatever you want. I don't care. You might find this interesting real quick. A few years ago, I ceramic coated this front lip for him. I used G-Technics C4 on it, and as you can see, I don't believe he's put anything else on here since then. This is probably about 5 years ago or so, and it looks nice and black still, so that's a nice little long-term update for you on a product like that. Actually, I think I have some here. Here's the stuff right here, G-Technics C4.
I'm opening the car up again to clean the door jambs, of course, but also to find any remaining water that might be hiding in there so I can soak it up with a towel. I made sure to dress the plastic inner fender liners with tire shine just in case he puts his car up on his hoist for the winter. It's gotta look good at eye level. I'm basically prepping this thing for a one-man car show because you better believe that if he can't be out driving it in the snow, he's gonna be drinking coffee and staring at it in the garage all winter.
Well guys, this NSX is all cleaned up now and ready for winter storage. These cars are always going to be special, and they're either going to retain or continue to gain in value over the years. So it's even more important to continue taking really good care of this one while also enjoying it as often as possible. Now there's actually one final very important step that we need to do here that we wouldn't normally care about with a regular wash in the summertime. And that's take this car for a little lap around the block. Just a quick slow speed drive through your neighborhood is all you really have to do. The idea is you want to get the vibrations of the engine and just of the car moving to shake free any remaining moisture or water that might be pooling in different spots of the car, because you don't want to seal your car up and then leave it with wet spots throughout the wintertime. This is a great way to just rattle it all out, make sure the car is completely bone dry, and then you can park it and you're good to go. Now, just a slow speed drive around your neighborhood is more than enough for this. You don't have to take it down the highway like you're going to see in this video. The reason we're on the highway is because, well, my friend needs to take it home. But some of you will be storing your cars off-site and will need to be driving on the highway. All I'm gonna do is bring my pre-mixed bottle of rinseless wash. This is Optimum No Rinse, and this is mixed up in the detail spray dilution and a nice soft, high-quality, fluffy towel. So if we get, any bugs on the front end or something like that from driving it, I would rather spot clean those than not drive the car at all after this and have water trapped somewhere for the entire winter.
All right, let's keep the 90s car theme going, this time with a Dakar Yellow E36 M3. I've actually given this car a light polish a couple of years ago, and I noted back then that the paint had some delaminating issues. I wanted to spruce up the car again, but this time around I didn't want to risk machine polishing the paint. So I came up with a bunch of ways to make the car pop as a whole, and it ended up looking pretty awesome. This is my brother-in-law's Dakar Yellow E36 M3, arguably one of the best 90s cars to come out of Germany. Like many 30-year-old cars, this one has some stories to tell. It was crashed many years ago, it's been resprayed at least once, it's been swapped from an automatic to a manual, and I'll let you guess the mileage. Don't worry, I'll reveal it later in the video. Before you comment, yes, someone swapped the mirrors and brakes, but this is indeed a legit M3. Here's the thing, even with some stories, this is still a really special car. It's from one of the best eras for BMWs, and you can't just go out and buy one like this anymore. Mint condition, collector grade versions of these cars sell for big money these days because there's just something about them. This car isn't one of those, which in some ways is actually a good thing. You see, the reason these cars are so sought after is because they're so great to drive. And this one specifically can be driven and enjoyed without the fear of racking up miles or getting a scratch or a dent in it. So how are we going to make this car look amazing without doing a crazy paint correction and ceramic coating like I did on my dad's Camaro? Well, it's time to do some legit detailing. Now, let's say that these two cups represent your car's appearance, right? This chocolate egg here, let's call this a paint correction or polishing your paint. And you can see that when we stick this in here, it pretty much fills out the cup and we go from dull to shiny with just one step. But what about the cars that we can't do paint corrections on? How do we make them look shiny? Well, with individual things. And these little things eventually will add up. Restoring your headlights, polishing your glass, restoring your black plastic trim. As we add more and more of these small things, they eventually build up to a fairly shiny car. But in the end, is it going to be as shiny as this one that was polished and properly corrected? Not quite, but it's also not dull anymore either, and it's probably going to look pretty good. I really got to stop eating these. But first, it's time for a mission to go buy some touch-up paint. First, I took pictures of the VIN and the color code. This is Dakar Yellow 1 or code 267. Then I went to a local auto body supply store to have some paint mixed up. It seemed fitting to take another car from the 90s on this mission. Now that I had the paint and I knew I'd be able to touch up the areas that needed it, it was time to go home and start getting the car cleaned up. The starting condition of this car was kinda dirty just from being driven regularly and parked outside. Nothing too bad though, this certainly won't be one of those disaster details. I did start by detailing the engine bay, but I'm saving that for a separate video that'll come out in the future, so stay tuned. Any car that sits outside tends to have a lot of dirt and grime built up in the door jambs, and this one was no different. Even though you don't see these areas from the outside, cleaning them up improves the overall user experience. The next time you go to put something in the trunk or pump gas, the car will feel cleaner and nicer overall. Anything that's black but currently looking faded and gray will need to be addressed, starting here with the wheels and tires. So I scrubbed the rubber and plastic with Meguiar's Super Degreaser and used Griot's Garage wheel cleaner on the wheels themselves. Onto the actual car wash. I rinsed any loose dirt off the car first before using the foam cannon. It's important to note that I can hold my hand in front of this pressure washer, so I'm not too worried about the safety of this paint job. With that said, it's good to be extra cautious around areas where the paint is delaminating to make sure we don't cause any damage. I tried one of those graphene-infused soaps in my foam cannon that I had sitting on my shelf for a while, and to be totally honest, I wasn't impressed. As you can see, it created a pretty thin layer of foam that was too runny to really cling to the surface. This stuff sucks. So it'll be going back on the shelf and saved only for times when I run out of good soap. As always, I spiraled my way around the car from top to bottom. After a quick rinse, I blew it dry. I followed up with a towel to get any water that was left behind. I also used a little Optimum No Rinse as a drying aid to help avoid streaks without leaving anything else behind, since I want to seal the paint later. You can already see that one of the best ways to transform a used car is simply to give it a thorough hand wash. I talked about that in a recent newsletter, so if you're interested in free car care tips sent to your inbox every week, make sure to sign up down below. One thing that a lot of people miss when detailing their cars is getting the tire shine applied evenly around the whole tire. In most cases, you can't reach the bottom few inches since the ground gets in the way, and on lowered cars like this, the problem is doubled since the top of the tire is tucked into the fender. Luckily, it's a super easy fix. Just roll the car back a few inches to rotate the tire to expose the spots that you've missed. If you don't do this, your tires will look wobbly as you drive, and since we all want our cars to look awesome, every detail matters. All that was left to do was swap spots in the garage so I'd have plenty of room to work on the M3 in the morning. Now, I'm not normally a fan of using these waterless wash products because even when you use them as intended, there's just too much of a chance of scratching your paint. However, this is one case where I think it makes perfect sense to use one of these, and I'm going to show you what I mean. So remember, we cleaned the inside of the trunk lid and everything when we washed this thing, and we did rinse it out with the pressure washer. However, it didn't quite rinse everything. And so we do have like some kind of darker stains and stuff here of like the dirty water from scrubbing that's left behind. And so using a waterless wash like this is going to be sort of like a quick detailer, but on steroids, because unlike a quick detailer, a waterless wash product actually has some cleaning abilities. And we're going to need that because there's still a little bit of grime on here. And here we go. Our finished results look much cleaner. Much better. Now, I'm not going to do a crazy paint correction on this car. As a matter of fact, I'm not even going to touch it with a machine polisher whatsoever. And that's because this paint job is delaminating from the surface in some spots. That's why there's so many chunks that are flaking off. And if I touch it with a polisher, there's a chance that I could rip sheets of paint off this car. And if you watch my other videos on this channel, you know that I'm a big advocate for not causing damage to other people's cars. I don't want any part of that. My job is to make them better, not worse. So we're not even gonna roll the dice on this one. I have actually polished this car lightly in the past, and that's as far as we wanna go with that. So how else can we make this paint job pop without actually polishing the paint itself? Well, on this car specifically, there's a lot of black plastic trim on here. And addressing that can really create some contrast here, that the blackness of the trim is gonna make the bright colored paint look brighter. Another thing that we can focus on is the lighting, specifically the headlights. And these aren't bad, they're just a little cloudy, but we're gonna do a quick little headlight restoration on this and then seal them up with a ceramic coating so that they'll stay nice and clear for a while. While I'm here, I'm also gonna just polish up the corner lights, but another thing that we can do is we can actually do a proper paint correction without the paint. And I'm talking about the taillights. The red plastic has some swirls and scratches in it, and that, unlike the paint job, is perfectly safe to compound and polish. So we're gonna do that after these headlights. Just a quick tip for you here. Because this paint is so delicate, I don't wanna risk hitting any of the surrounding area with my polishing pad or my sandpaper. I'm gonna tape this off, but even that, we have to take it to the next step because I don't want the adhesive from my tape to grab this paint and peel a big sheet of it off. So we need to knock down some of the stickiness of this, and all we got to do, stick it on your shirt or your pants or whatever, and that's going to pick up some of the lint and the dust off your shirt, and it's going to make this a little bit less sticky. It's still sticky enough that it'll stay where you want it to, but it's much lower chance of this peeling the paint off the car. Normally I'd sand with 800 or 1500 grit first, but since these weren't very bad, I started with 2000 on a sanding block from KXK Dynamics. Then I stepped up to 3000 grit and sanded the other direction. This way, if I only see horizontal sanding marks, that means I'm ready to move on to polishing. But if I still see some vertical marks, those are left behind from the previous step, and I need to continue sanding with 3000. Just an easy way to double check your work. Next, I switched to a short throw polisher with Meguiar's M100 on a microfiber cutting pad to remove the sanding marks. I also had to drop down to a 1-inch pad to reach tight into the corners here. Then I did a quick refinement pass with Meguiar's M205 on a foam pad, which was probably overkill, but hey, why not? Now, it's important to protect the plastic or it'll turn cloudy again in a couple of weeks, so I applied a ceramic coating. I had some Crystal Serum Light from Gtechniq on hand, so I used that. Since I was already working on the front end, I decided to tackle the fog light situation. If you want your car to look awesome, fixing any obvious damage is a must. In this case, the car had one missing fog light and the other had a yellow lens, so we replaced both with a fresh pair of clear ones. This made a huge difference in cleaning up the front end. Over time, the red plastic on your taillights gets dull and scratched, so hitting them with a quick compound and polish can work wonders on your car's appearance, especially if you can't polish the paint. Alright, let's be honest here. Much like my Tacoma, the only way to fix this car properly is with a complete paint job. But as far as I know, that's not really in the plans for this thing, at least not anytime soon. So instead, my task is to make this paint job look as good as possible. And rather than going for a show car finish here, we're not aiming for perfection or anywhere near it. I just want to make all the yellow parts yellow again. And I'm going to do that by brushing on some touch-up paint. And one little tip for you guys if you're looking for touch-up paint, you can find it online pretty easily, but it'll be like, I mean, in some cases for this car, it was like $50, $75 or something like that, which kind of seems like a lot for touch-up paint. So instead, I went to my local auto body supply place and got them to mix me up my own touch-up paint. So this is code 267 or BMW Dakar Yellow 1. I believe there was Dakar 2, which was a little bit darker on the newer models. This was $25 for this whole big thing of touch-up paint. Boom. I usually dab touch-up paint on with a toothpick, but in this case, these spots are large enough to be able to use a brush. I'm not being super critical about how I apply it either, since there's so much to do. This panel that surrounds the trunk is really the only spot of rust on the whole car. Now, my first car was a rusted out clap wagon, so I'm going back to my teenage roots and painting the rust body color just like I did back then. Before you accuse me of doing a hack job, the owner is actually planning on repairing this part properly, so I'm just making it look better for the video. Don't kill me. I wanted to see what I could do on the exhaust with some metal polish on a towel. It made a bit of a difference, but nothing life-changing. Maybe polishing with a machine would have worked better. Finally, we get the satisfaction of making this plastic trim nice and black again. To start, we need to clean it thoroughly with alcohol or some kind of paint prep product. I'm using lithium trim serum, which is literally just a matter of wiping it on and leveling it with a towel. I don't know why this footage is out of focus, but if you want me to, I'll fire my cameraman. Problem is, it's me. I'm the cameraman. If you get this stuff on your paint, it's not a big deal, you can just wipe it off. Check out the before and after shot here. Look at how much the yellow paint is starting to pop thanks to the contrast of the black trim. You can really see a difference between the grill on the left that I haven't treated and the one on the right. It's finally time to pay a little bit of attention to the paint job itself here. And obviously, since we didn't do any polishing, there's no point in applying a ceramic coating or anything like that. But I do want to protect this paint job as good as I can. So I'm going to be going with sort of an old school 2-product combo here. First, I'm going to be putting a layer of paint sealant on. This is Jescar PowerLock, and this is going to offer our protection for, I would say, at least 6 months on a vehicle like this that's parked outside, if not more. And this is also going to help us out by filling in some of the kind of minor scratches and swirl marks and stuff to make the paint look a little bit better. And then to top it off, we're going to put a layer of Carnauba wax on top of the layer of sealant. We're going to let this bond for a few hours. And this is not really going to do anything in terms of protection, but it's going to add a really nice warm glow to this yellow paint. And it's gonna spruce it up, maybe not to the point where it looks like it's been freshly corrected, but it's really gonna pop and really stand out. So we got protection and then looks. Well, I promised myself that I wasn't gonna do this, but I'm breaking the polisher out, but I can explain. So here's the thing. Take a look at this car, and aside from the paint, what's another very large surface that takes up a large part of this car? It's the windows, the glass. Now, believe it or not, we can polish the glass. The thing is, we're not gonna be removing scratches out of the glass because glass is super hard, especially compared to paint. You have to have special polishes and like pretty high powered machines to get scratches out of glass, and even then, most of the time it doesn't work. The reason why we're polishing it is sort of a form of deep cleaning and making the glass look really clear and really shiny. So I'm gonna run over these with a polisher real quick, and that's just gonna help to once again bring this yellow paint out and make it pop even more. They do make glass-specific compounds and pads, but I'm just not convinced that they're worthwhile. Most of the scratches you find in automotive glass are pretty deep, and it's just too hard of a surface. So if a deep cleansing is pretty much all you can expect, then the products you use on your paint are probably good enough. Make sure to clean the windows on the inside as well, otherwise there's kind of no point if you have smudges in there. By the way, for those of you that guessed the mileage early on, here it is. Actually, this isn't accurate. The cluster's been replaced, so it's believed to be around 220,000 kilometers, not miles. Still impressive if you ask me. After polishing the glass and giving the interior a quick detail, a few hours had passed since I applied the paint sealant. So it was time to grab a coffee and slap some wax on this thing. I don't care what you say about ceramic coatings, there's nothing like waxing a car. It's a totally different experience. So, did we succeed at making this car shiny without polishing the paint? Well, I don't know. You tell me. Now, I don't mean to toot my own farts here or anything, but I would say that this car looks pretty great. The end result is very honest and very true to the car's condition. And yeah, if you get up close, you can see that this car has definitely lived a full life. But if you were to see this car driving down the street sometime, you would probably think, wow, that's a nice looking M3. And that was the goal here. I was able to create a lot of contrast here by focusing on the areas that are surrounding the paint, like the black trim, or the lighting, or the tires, or even the glass. It all really comes together to make the car as a whole pop. And the best part is that I didn't have to spend 40 plus hours polishing every square inch of this paint job only for it to then be parked outside and driven regularly. So if you find yourself in a similar situation where you want your car to look great, but you don't want to get into polishing your paint, give some of these tips a try. This next car was one that I filmed a review with as well, so I was just cleaning it up after. The GR Corolla is probably one of the best hot hatches out there right now, and this one has some minor upgrades to make it a bit more unique. No talking in this one, just a relaxing foam bath for a cool car. Now it's time to pay a little attention to two of my own vehicles. Last spring, both the 4Runner and MR2 needed some TLC, but in very different ways. So in this one, I talk you through a deep clean on the winter-driven 4Runner, and then wrap it up with a gentle maintenance wash on the MR2 since it had been collecting dust for about 6 months. Now, I've got two very different vehicles that I'm going to be cleaning up here today. We've got the daily driven 4Runner here that has been driven all winter and neglected and abused. This thing is nasty. We also have my freshly detailed MR2 that has been stored all winter, and it just has a layer of dust on it. It was recently polished and thoroughly detailed, but it's been sitting for like 6 months. So it makes sense to start with the 4Runner because it's going to need way more work than the MR2. This thing has been a daily driver throughout what ended up being one of the longest, harshest winters we've seen in decades. It's also been oil sprayed twice to prevent rust, once in the fall and again this spring. Needless to say, it's dirty. It's almost painful to see the 4Runner neglected like this, but hey, sometimes real life gets in the way and our other responsibilities take priority over having a shiny rig. If nothing else, it makes for a nice transformation to get it back in shape. So the first thing that you're going to want to do is a really quick visual inspection. So just open everything up on the vehicle. Open up all the doors, open up the hatch. We're going to take a look under the hood as well, and we got to see what our starting point is. It surprisingly doesn't look too horrible in here. One thing of note though is all of these little leaves and flowers that are stuck in the wiper cowl here. You don't want to get this wet and hit it with a pressure washer right off the bat because it's just going to turn to mud and get really difficult to clean up. So we're actually either going to use compressed air or a vacuum to suck that up and get that out of there first. Now I think I'm going to use a vacuum because, as you can see down in here, I've had this oil sprayed and it's very greasy and oily down in the bottom. I don't want those flowers to get stuck on there. It's just going to make a nightmare. So I think I'm going to pull them up with a vacuum instead. So then as we come along, we can come in here, we can see we've got some very dirty door jambs. These haven't been cleaned properly for quite some time, and it's important to get this clean because this is often where a lot of corrosion will begin when you have things that are trapped inside there. You want to give it a good rinse. The interior isn't terrible, but it's not great. Same thing back here. Little guy's been putting his feet on the back of the passenger seat. We've got some dirt and dust on the ground, nothing major. We can also see level of dirt and filth and grime that is on the paint. Yeah, looks like somebody hasn't been following Dad's rule for not touching the paint on a vehicle. Coming around back, if you have a SUV or a crossover or a wagon or anything and you use it, chances are your trunk is looking a lot like this right now. So same idea. We got a lot of vacuuming and tidying up to do back here. Winter's rough on vehicles, so the first thing we need to address is the road salt. That means giving the undercarriage and wheel wells some attention. Spring is a great opportunity for a wheels-off detail if you're able to lift your vehicle. But that brings me to something I haven't heard any other detailers talk about online. Up here in Canada, there's actually a situation where it's better to leave parts of a vehicle dirty rather than clean them up. So what I mean by that is I've had my 4Runner here oil sprayed. That's to prevent rust, obviously, in the undercarriage. And that's what all of this nasty goop and stuff is under here. Now, if I clean this up and remove it, I'm removing my protection from rust. So I'm better off leaving it dirty and grimy on purpose. However, I am going to clean up certain spots where I don't want the oil, like right here on the top of the coilover. That's aluminum. It doesn't need to have oil spraying on it. The coil itself, though, this spring is steel, and it's actually kind of rusty and the coating is flaking off. So I'm going to leave that goopy. I'm going to leave most of this stuff alone. I am going to clean up the brake caliper and just the inner wheel well, the inner arch here of the wheel well, just to make it a little bit tidier. But the deeper stuff all in here is going to stay nasty and grimy. If you haven't done any rust prevention, you're going to want to get under there and do some thorough cleaning to get as much of the salt off as possible. Remember, rust forms in the warmer weather, so now is an important time to get rid of any remaining salt. Spray the inner fenders with degreaser and scrub with a brush. If you're going to be deep cleaning this area, you can use a foam cannon to spray soap everywhere, then just agitate it with a brush. I skipped that step altogether and simply wiped the oil off of the coilover. Then I gave the brakes a quick scrub with my wheel cleaner and wiped down the inner arch. Now it's time for the wheels, and this is pretty straightforward. My methods don't normally get this dirty, and since they're ceramic coated, I usually just use regular car soap on them. This time's different though. I'm using a wheel cleaner from Suds Lab since there's so much brake dust and grime on the inner barrels. Use your wheel cleaner of choice and scrub with your wheel brushes. I like to top up the protection on my wheels with an SiO2 spray after I'm done washing the rest of the truck. You have a few options here. Now is a great time to ceramic coat them while they're off the vehicle, or you can just put a coat of wax on them if you want. Don't forget to clean the tires as well. It'll make them look better, and cleaning the rubber will help your tire shine to last way longer. You can use an all-purpose cleaner or a degreaser or a dedicated tire cleaner if you want. Scrub with a brush and rinse. Repeat this process until the suds are white instead of brown or yellow. That's how you know the rubber's clean. With the wheels and wheel wells all cleaned up again, mount them back on the vehicle. Make sure to torque them down to the manufacturer's specs, but don't stop there. It's always a good idea to come back and double check with a torque wrench after a few days of driving to make sure that they're good.
Now, if you don't own a jack or you don't feel comfortable lifting your vehicle for whatever reason, you can still do a pretty decent job of cleaning in behind here. You just have to be a little bit creative. So you are going to need a couple of tools here. A brush like this is called a wheel woolly. You can fit this in between the spokes, or maybe even better, an even skinnier brush like this. You can reach all the way in to the back of the inner barrel of the wheel. So you're gonna need to do that in order to reach back there. Also, you can use a microfiber towel like this to get the inside, like the back of the spokes, and you can just kind of scrub like this if you want to. You can get it done if you don't want to lift your vehicle.
Don't forget your exhaust tip as well. You can clean it with the same tools as your wheels. Since mine has a black coating on it, I treat it exactly the same as my black wheels. If yours is stainless steel, you can clean it up with steel wool and a metal polish. These annoying yellow flower petals that the trees in my front yard were dropping were inside my rear hatch as well. They were actually stuck to the surface, so I broke them free with a brush while simultaneously sucking them up in the vacuum. Just like with the engine bay, I don't want to get these wet or they'll turn to mush. I'm using a degreaser in here because of the excess oil spraying that I need to clean up, but in most cases, an all-purpose cleaner will do the trick just fine. I work my way down the inside of the taillights and across the bumper. Lastly, I rinse it with a pressure washer, being careful of the angle I sprayed at to avoid soaking the interior.
For the door jambs here, they're pretty full of dirt and like leftover salt and stuff, and we need to get that off because this is kind of a place that gets hidden and it'll just stay built up, and this is how it's going to turn your vehicle to rust from the inside out. So we want to get this out of here in the springtime. Now, because it's kind of dirty but also sort of a delicate surface, like this is nice paint up here on the pillars and stuff, I am going to use a degreaser to break it down and clean it up, but I don't want to use it full strength. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to pressure wash it and rinse it first, and once everything is wet, essentially that dilutes the degreaser. So I'm just going to spray it on, hit it with the brush.
The reason why I don't start with the interior on jobs like this like I normally would is because there's a chance I'm going to get a little overspray inside. Using a pressure washer like this might freak some people out, but as long as you get the angle right, it'll keep the interior dry. Use an all-purpose cleaner or degreaser to clean grime around your door jambs. Be careful around hinges, and if you have to clean up a mess there, make sure to re-grease them after. Rinse thoroughly. If you're worried about spraying the interior, you can close the door and spray around the edges. The water will make its way up to the door seal and rinse it that way as well.
All right, moving on to the exterior wash, but before I do that, I want to pay some attention to the engine bay here. We don't have a whole lot to do because this is a very similar situation to the inner wheel wells in that it's been oil sprayed, and Jim sprayed a really thick application of oil on the lower parts of the body inside this engine bay to prevent rust because it was starting to get a little bit crusty. So I don't want to remove that. I'm not going to do a super big deep cleaning in this engine bay because first of all, it's not a show vehicle. Second of all, I'm just going to
wash away the protection. So I'm just gonna focus on the upper areas and the stuff that's really obvious that sticks out. I'm just gonna give it a light pressure wash, scrub it with some degreaser, and blow it dry. 2 little tips when it comes to pressure washing your engine bay. And yes, I'm gonna be using my pressure washer. It's totally okay if you follow my instructions here. First of all, don't spray it directly at anything important when it comes to electronics, especially the alternator, but any wiring harnesses or connectors or even your battery. If you're not comfortable with it getting wet, you don't want to hit it directly. The second important thing is I'm actually going to spray down the surrounding areas, like the fenders, the front bumper, the headlights and stuff. I'm going to spray this and rinse it with water first before I spray any cleaners and stuff, because I want to dilute anything that lands on the fenders so it doesn't stain. I want to keep it wet so it doesn't dry onto the surface, because cleaners and degreasers, when they get on your paint and they dry, can really etch your clear coat. The last thing that I want to touch on here is, I think I already mentioned it earlier in the video, all of these leaves and flowers and stuff that are in the wiper cowl. If I get this wet, it's going to turn to mush and be impossible to clean up. So rather than chase my tail and creating more work for myself, I'm going to use a vacuum and suck this up first. You can use your wheel brushes to clean your engine bay. Just spray your all-purpose cleaner or degreaser on and scrub with whichever brush fits the area the best. Side note, don't worry about that sagging weather stripping. I fix it later on in the video. You can go as crazy as you want here. Some people will spend all afternoon getting every square inch clean, and others will do what I'm doing here and just do a quick cleanup. If you're paranoid, you can cover up the electrical components like the alternator with plastic bags. I prefer to just keep the pressure washer at a safe distance and avoid pointing directly at any sensitive bits. To dry the bay, blow the standing water away with compressed air or a leaf blower, then start the engine and let it warm up to operating temperature. So I'm going to be using this ceramic soap from Suds Lab. I'm going to be testing this out. I haven't tried this before, but now normally the springtime is a great chance to use a stronger soap on your vehicle to strip the remaining wax or sealant that you might have on there and apply a fresh layer of it. In this case, the 4Runner is ceramic coated and I don't want to damage that coating. So not only am I using just a regular gentle soap on it, I'm using something like this that actually has a bit of a ceramic booster built in it. I don't know how much protection it really adds to it, but it certainly doesn't hurt. So we want to try and bump up the coating as much as we can, because it's a few years old now. So I've got this stuff in my foam cannon as well as my wash bucket, and we'll see what kind of a job it does. I don't normally do this, but because there is so many like chunks of contaminants on here, this thing hasn't been washed in a really long time. There's so much dirt on the surface that I'm a little bit concerned with just pressure washing it off with my initial rinse, that it's gonna kind of drag it across the paint and it could create some swirl marks and some scratches. So I'm actually gonna be foaming this thing 2 times. I don't normally do that, but in this case I'm going to, because I want to throw sort of a layer of foam on top here and let it encapsulate the dirt and let it soften it up and break it down a little bit, because it has been on the surface here baking on for quite a while. So I'm just going to foam it and then rinse it off, and then I'll foam it again and I'll wash it with that foam on it the second time. If possible, find a shady spot to wash your vehicle. You can wash it in direct sunlight, but doing it in the shade makes it a lot easier. You don't have to rush in order to keep things from drying on you. Using a foam cannon for a really dirty vehicle helps to avoid swirl marks, because you're essentially doubling the amount of lubrication on the surface. You've got slippery soap in your wash mitt, and you've also got slippery soap on the paint itself. Plus, let's be honest, foam cannons are fun to use. If you have soap left over in your bottle, just dump it in your wash bucket so you don't waste it. If you have a tall vehicle, that's not an excuse to skip washing the roof. It needs to be cleaned just like the rest of the rig, even if you can't reach it. So grab a ladder or a step stool so you can get up there. Even at 6'3", I still can't reach the roof of my 4Runner to wash it properly. Start from the top and work your way down the vehicle. This is something I see a lot of people get wrong. They start at the top of a panel and wash all the way to the bottom, then rinse the mitt and start at the top of the next panel. You don't want to do this. Even though you're rinsing your wash mitt, you never fully clean all the contaminants out of it. So you're pulling the nasty stuff off the lower part of the vehicle and then potentially rubbing it everywhere else. That's a good way to create swirl marks. Instead, I like to spiral my way around the vehicle. That way, the upper areas get cleaned long before my mitt even touches the dirtier spots at the bottom. Flip your wash mitt and rinse it in your second bucket periodically to avoid dirt from building up in it. Also make sure to throw your mitt in the laundry with your microfiber towels after every use. I noticed there was some overspray from the oil spraying on the grill, so I took a second to scrub it with some degreaser to get it off. One last rinse and she's finally nice and clean. Just because you made it through the washing process without scratching your paint doesn't mean you're out of the woods. Using the wrong product or tool to dry your car can absolutely cause throw marks and scratches. Let me show you how to do it properly. If you want to blow the bulk of the water off with a leaf blower, feel free to do that. Grab a soft microfiber towel and your drying aid of choice. I'm using a ceramic sealant here because I want to boost my coating, but you can use something like Optimum No Rinse too. The slickness helps to lubricate the paint while you're wiping it dry. You don't want to use too much of this stuff because it can cause issues with streaking. Stick with just 1 or 2 spritzes per panel and you should be fine. This would be a good time to do a quick one-step polish if you want to refresh dull-looking paint, but again, mine is ceramic coated, so I can't. Finally, add a fresh layer of wax or sealant or apply a ceramic coating. Well guys, unfortunately I'm running out of daylight out here, so I think we're gonna have to cut it. I did get it washed and dried. I still have to dry off the wheels and shine the tires, but we're making great progress. It's looking a lot cleaner now. Paint's looking nice and deep and glossy again. Coating is still in pretty good shape. That soap was really nice actually. All right, so I pulled the 4Runner into the garage here to keep it nice and cozy since it's been raining like crazy here lately. And before we get started on cleaning the interior, I want to talk to you a bit about microfiber towels. Now, when you're drying off your vehicle, you might have noticed that if you're using a regular towel like something like this, it might not have been doing a very good job of drying and absorbing the water. But I have a little trick for you. The thing is, these microfiber towels don't do a very good job of absorbing water when they're dry. So the key is you want to run it underneath some water first and wet it and then wring it out really good. And then when you combine that with your drying aid of choice, whether it's a spray wax or an actual drying aid or a quick detail or whatever, then those two will work together to get you a nice streak-free finish. You want to use the drying aid to lubricate the surface, and that's going to help you to avoid putting in swirl marks and scratches as you dry it off. If you don't want to use just a regular, I think this is like a 16 by 16 normal soft towel from the Rag Company, you can also use one of these bigger drying towels, and these are obviously much better at absorbing the water, but I find they're a little bit harder to manage if you are wiping some kind of a drying aid on the surface. It's kind of a personal preference thing. Choose whichever one you want, but just make sure you're careful with how you dry your vehicle. Now, I'm also going to come into the door jambs and wipe them down one last time with the ceramic spray and a junk towel, and we'll get into that in a second. I'm doing this for 2 reasons. Number 1, I want to get kind of a streak-free finish, and the ceramic spray helps you to be able to buff it to like a proper shine because the upper areas of the door jambs are very visible every time you open the door, and you want the paint to look nice in there. Number 2, the ceramic spray is going to leave a little bit of protection behind. It's not like an actual coating or anything like that, or even waxing it, but it is going to make the dirt a little bit less likely to stick to the surface in the future, which means it's not going to get as dirty, and when it does get dirty, it'll be a little bit easier to clean it off. Now, it's super important to use a junk towel like this, a cheaper microfiber towel, when you're doing this kind of work, and also especially whenever you're touching your wheels. Now, I'm never going to touch things like my wheels or the really dirty surfaces of the vehicle with a nice towel like this that I use on my paint, because no matter how much you clean it, it's still going to always have little metallic particles of brake dust and stuff stuck in the fibers, and if you rub this on your paint, there's a very good chance that you're going to scratch your car. So you got to use the lower end, cheaper stuff for the really dirty areas like the door jambs. This is my personal preference because I just don't trust that it's going to get perfectly clean again to be able to use on the paint. Now, the one exception is if you have sort of a fair weather vehicle that you do a really good job of maintaining, where the door jambs you kind of deep clean them once, and then every time you wash it, you wipe them down and they never really get dirty, you might be able to get away with using one of your nicer towels for something like that. But on a daily driven vehicle like this, it gets really dirty, it gets oil sprayed, there's just no chance of getting it perfectly clean in those door jambs. So I'm not gonna sacrifice one of my good towels. I'm gonna use these nasty ones, and when they get bad, you toss them in the garbage, they're cheap, you just replace them instead of washing them. I'm also gonna take a minute to inspect the condition of the paint. So I'm gonna feel it to see if it needs to be clay barred. I'm also gonna inspect the paint for swirl marks and scratches, and I wanna pay attention to the condition of the ceramic coating. I wanted to, while I'm washing it, watching how the water behaves on it and see if it's still beating up or if it's starting to pool and stay in one spot. This 4Runner is kind of a unique case here. So when I feel the paint, and especially the top surfaces, I can feel contamination. So this vehicle does need to be clay barred in order to remove that, because that didn't come off during the wash process. It needs to be pulled out of the pores of the paint. However, I'm not gonna clay bar this right now. And there's a very good reason for that. It's because about 6 years ago, I did a full paint correction and ceramic coating on this thing. And from what I'm seeing, not only is the ceramic coating still functioning pretty well, it's still alive. It's still okay. It doesn't need to be redone. And on top of that, when I come in and I inspect the condition of the paint for swirl marks and scratches and haziness, it still looks pretty awesome. Like it doesn't look the same as if it was freshly polished, of course. It's been 6 years of daily driving in the wintertime and stuff, but for a daily driven vehicle, this looks fantastic still. The smart move here is wait until the vehicle is due for a quick polish and a new application of ceramic coating. That's when I'm gonna clay bar it and get in there, cause the minor little bit of damage that I have to do in order to get the contamination off, and then repolish it, fix the damage, reseal it in with the ceramic coating and a fresh application of that. This is a good time to dress your tires and the plastics in your engine bay. And I'm actually gonna be using the same product for both with obviously a different method of application. For the engine bay, it's as simple as just spray it onto all the black plastics that you want it on, let it sit for a little bit, and then if you want, you can kind of buff it to a more of a sheen instead of a shine, if you want. The heat of the engine is going to dry it up pretty quick next time you drive it, and you don't have to worry about, meticulously picking and choosing where you put it. I just spray it on the whole engine bay, and as long as it's a decent water-based product, you don't have to worry about it making anything greasy or causing any trouble. The tires here are pretty straightforward, but off-road tires like the 4Runner has are a little bit different in how you apply it, because if I just come in with my regular applicator sponge, it's fine down here, but up here on these kind of beefy side lugs, it's going to chew your applicator up in no time. And on top of that, it's not going to do a very good job of getting it into in the nooks and crannies in between the tread blocks. So we have a two-step process using the same product. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with spraying it directly on the tire. And then I'm going to take a brush like this. This one's kind of stiff bristled, but you can even spray a little bit onto the brush yourself. And I'm going to scrub it into these tread lugs. And the thing with products like this, they go on with sort of a white appearance, but as they dry, that whiteness is going to go away. But you can scrub up and down into all these. This gives you an opportunity to really work it into the surface so you don't have it pooling in different spots, and then that's how you avoid getting sling up onto your paint when you drive. So we have the top outer edge of the tire has been dressed now. Now we can switch over to our traditional sponge, and we're going to spray it directly in here. And this is where we're going to come on the flat part of the tire. This is no different than a regular street tire now at this point. And one final step, since it's kind of inevitable that you're going to get some overspray on the wheel itself, is just one more final quick little wipe down to get any tire dressing that may have sprayed onto the wheel. All right, it's time to move on to the interior. And I have to be perfectly honest, I hate cleaning interiors. So my strategy, my ultimate detailing secret, has always just been don't get it dirty in the first place. I'm always very cautious about keeping my interior as clean as possible. Now, after a long, hard winter and having a family, it's not quite as attainable as it used to be as a single person. But we have a little bit of cleaning to do in the 4Runner here today. So I think it's important to have a bit of a system planned out in your head ahead of time. And ideally what you want to do is start from the top work your way down, and then work your way out. And what I mean by that is you start all the way up at the headliner and then move your way down to the lower surfaces with the exception of the windows, because you want to save those for last. You're probably going to be getting overspray from your spray bottles of cleaners and stuff. But aside from that, you want to work your way top to bottom and then inside out. And we're going to end with working on the door panels and stuff on our way out of the vehicle. Let's backtrack a little bit to the headliner here though. In my opinion, unless there's something that you need to clean on your headliner, just leave it alone. At the very most, you know, if you got like a couple little spots here and there, you can put a cleaner and a microfiber towel, just spray some on there and just lightly blotch it. But you do not want to get your headliner wet, because then you're going to run the risk of loosening off the adhesive in there. And we've all seen those Buicks from the 1980s that had the sagging headliner. Aside from that, we're going to be focusing most of our attention on the touch points, meaning the things that you touch and come in contact with while you drive the vehicle. So steering wheel, seats, armrests, things like this. Think about what you touch while you're driving and what has a chance to have the oils from your skin transfer onto it, or lotions or sunscreen and stuff like that. To begin, open up all the doors and remove all of your belongings and any leftover garbage, including the 2 or 3 French fries that every single vehicle tends to have under the driver's seat for some reason. Move the front seats as far forward as possible to gain access to the rear carpet. We can move these back later when we work on the front section. If you have access to compressed air, use it to blow any loose stuff out of the interior to minimize how much time you spend trying to stuff your vacuum into the tight spaces. Work your way around the plastic and vinyl trim with a brush and your interior cleaner of choice. Scrub enough to get a bit of a lather going, then dry it off with a microfiber towel. Now you probably see a lot of the YouTube detailers are going to use like a small brush like this, and they'll do cute little patterns as they go throughout the whole interior. But what you'll find is that most professional detailers are going to actually do most of a car with a big brush like this. And they'll come in and they'll scrub this way. It's much quicker, much more effective. They'll usually go back and forth between a brush like this, or they might even use a scrub pad like this. Now when you're going to use something like this is for extra dirty areas. And you're just going to come in and just really lightly scrub, because this is abrasive and you can definitely wear out a surface with this. So I personally don't like using it on steering wheels and stuff like that, because they're already so susceptible to wear and the finish getting rubbed off just from use alone. For areas with lots of buttons and electronics, spray your cleaner directly into a small brush to avoid getting any sensitive areas excessively wet. Your steering wheel is a little bit of a tricky situation, because on one hand, this is probably the dirtiest part of your whole interior. This is where your hands are always touching. But on the other hand, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's so many steering wheels, especially on high mileage vehicles, where the leather or the vinyl, whatever it is worn right out and it's falling off. That's the reason why steering wheel covers are such a common thing. So we want to clean this because it's filthy, but we also have to exercise a lot of caution because we don't want to wear this material off any sooner than we have to. So what I like to do is I'll just take a regular old microfiber towel and I'll spray my cleaner directly into the towel, because I don't want to spray down the gauges with it. It just makes a bigger mess to clean up afterwards. So I'll spray it into my towel, and then I just come through and I'll just kind of wrap myself around the whole steering wheel. So it's a much gentler way of cleaning. Remember guys, the rule for interiors is if it's shiny, it's probably dirty. That's oils and greases and stuff that makes it shiny. Almost all of these finishes inside of most interiors of most vehicles are meant to be sort of a satin finish. And that's what they look like when they're clean. So if your steering wheel is shiny, it's probably dirty. For touchscreens like this one, you want to be very careful of what kind of cleaners you use on it, because you don't want to risk damaging the coating that's on there. So I typically just use a bottle of rinseless wash. I'll spray it directly on the towel here because I don't want to overspray on everything. And I'll just lightly wipe this down. It's a little bit too much, so then we're going to flip it over and buff it to a dry surface. This works well as like a window cleaner and stuff too. This is a really versatile product. This is Optimum No Rinse that I'm using here, but a lot of the rinseless washes are very similar to each other. So you can see we've got no fingerprints and we didn't damage the coating either, so that's a win. Now while we're here and we have our towel saturated with the cleaner, we're gonna go ahead and do things like the rear view mirror here. Very nice. Also, we're gonna come up here to the sun visors, flip this down, and what do you know? We've got a mirror in here with a fingerprint on it. Oh, hey, how's it going? We can just come in here like this, give it a quick little buff. And there we go. Don't forget this one. And what do you know, more fingerprints. And while we still have this saturated towel with us, it's a good idea to get the dust off of the gauge cluster here because you have to be really gentle with this. This is extremely easy to scratch, this plastic in here. You see a lot of older vehicles with really bad swirl marks on the clear plastic of the face of these gauges. And that's from dry wiping dust and stuff off them. So you want to be careful with how you attack that, and this is a good way of doing it. Next up, clean and treat your leather seats if you've got them. Normally, I prefer to use a product that's meant to protect the polyurethane coating on the leather instead of a conditioner, but as much as it pains me to confront this, my 4Runner is now 18 years old. As the coating on the seats ages, it gets harder and thinner. This allows for the product to penetrate the coating and do its thing. On newer cars, I still wouldn't use a conditioner, but on older seats, I find that letting a conditioner soak for a few minutes will soften them. This one from Lithium is made of natural ingredients. Don't use those cheap oil-based ones from the parts store. They'll just sit on the surface and attract dirt. All right, so now that the product has had a chance to soak in for a good few minutes, I'm gonna go ahead and just level it down a little bit. So all I'm gonna do is just take a separate microfiber towel here and just very lightly come over it, just in case there's any kind of pooling spots where it was put on a little bit thicker. And this is just gonna just buff it off to kind of a nice natural looking sheen. And this will hopefully help the seats to stay nice and soft and protect them as well. Don't forget to clean your pedals with your interior cleaner and a brush. If you have rubber floor mats, and for winter-driven vehicles you should, pressure wash them and use a degreaser or tire cleaner on them. These do a much better job of protecting your carpet from your wet boots coming in and out. Now that we're done tracking dirt inside while we work on other parts, it's time to deep clean the carpet. Start with a good vacuuming to lift any loose dirt off the carpet. Getting this wet will just turn it into mud. Next, spray your carpet cleaner and scrub with a brush. I'm using the same interior cleaner from Suds Lab since it says it works on carpet too. Also, if you don't have a brush attachment for your drill, you can scrub it by hand. It'll just take longer, but it'll work fine. Suck up the dirt and the remaining cleaner with a carpet extractor. I just have a small household one from Bissell and it does a great job. Do an extra pass without spraying any water to pull as much moisture out as you can. The carpet should be damp to the touch when you're done, not soaked. If you don't have an extractor, don't worry, you can scrub with a microfiber towel to pull up as much as you can. Check out the color of the water in the carpet extractor here. This is all of the dirt and grime that I pulled out of the carpets of the 4Runner. How nasty that is. That was all hiding inside the carpet fabrics, so it's good that we got that out. Ugh. If you want to take it to the next level, apply a trim restoration product to your faded black plastics. I've been meaning to do this to my Trail Runner Customs grill ever since I painted the frame to match the body. Here I'm using Gtechniq C4 and it did an awesome job at building some contrast. Alright, so the 4Runner is starting to look pretty darn good if I do say so myself. At least not bad for a 17-year-old rig with like 260,000 kilometers on the clock. However, we do have one more thing still to do, and that is addressing this rust right here in the door jamb. This has been bothering me for quite a while. My buddy Jim at Houghton Rust Control gave me this stuff from Loctite to try out, and it's a rust treatment paint. He says this is like the ideal scenario of what you use something like this for. So I'm gonna be trying this out. I'm gonna mask it off and do a few coats of this, and hopefully it'll seal it up. It's not gonna make it look like brand new as if it had been to a body shop or something, but hopefully it'll stop it, and it'll also make it so that we don't have a bright orange patch of rust every time we open the door. Okay, so I did 3 coats of the sealant on there, and it goes on clear, which is kind of interesting. It's supposed to dry to a black finish. I'm not sure about that, but I'm gonna wait and let it dry and see what it looks like. And I might actually, I think I still have some shadow gray left over from when I painted my grill. But the idea here is to seal the rust in and stop the process from continuing. So looks isn't the #1 issue. If I can make it look better, I think I will, but otherwise it's more about the idea of stopping the rust from spreading. Well guys, the daily driver is now cleaned up and ready to start the summer season, and now it's time to get the weekend vehicle ready to go too. But before we can do that, we've got to get this thing fired up for the season, which means starting it for the first time and digging it out of the car hole here because I got it tight really close to the wall. I'm gonna open up the engine bay and take a quick look inside to see if there's any signs of rodents inside there, any nests or anything like that. Looks like we're okay. Next up, I can just disconnect my battery tender here. Quick unplug. Keeps my battery ready to go all winter long. And we're ready to pull this thing out, see how she's looking. All right, she's alive and she's looking pretty good, but I want to take a look underneath where it was parked here in the garage, and we've got no fresh oil stains or anything anywhere, which is always nice to see in the springtime. All the marks that are on here are from a long time ago. The one thing that I did notice here that we are going to have to deal with though is we've got a bit of a low front tire here. This one has a super slow leak that just, over the winter time, it just eventually deflates a little bit. It's nothing major. See the dust that's sitting on it. It's just dust though. It'll wash off, no problem. So I'm gonna go ahead and cover up the engine bay because water will go straight directly through these vents and mess up my beautiful engine that I spent so much time detailing and cleaning up. Now, I have to be very careful about how I wash this car. I gotta be super gentle for 2 reasons. #1, it has super soft and easy to scratch paint. It's very delicate. And #2, I just spent 71 hours detailing and polishing the paint on this thing last fall. I'm not looking to undo that work anytime soon. So we have to be very careful how we wash this thing. For starters, just like with the 4Runner, I'm gonna be foaming it down first before I even do a pre-rinse, which I don't normally do. But there's such a layer of dust on the surface here, and I wanna make sure that the surface is lubricated before it slides off from the water or the pressure washer. So I'm gonna throw some foam down first, then pre-rinse it, and then we'll wash it. So I have normal car soap in my foam can in here, nothing special, because I'm gonna be rinsing it off anyways. But for the actual soap that I have in my bucket here, I'm using lithium double tap. And this stuff is really good for not leaving a residue behind. It's very gentle and it's very
easy to use outside, like in the daylight and stuff. You don't have to worry about it leaving a residue or something. One more strange thing here that we're doing differently though is I'm using one bucket instead of two with the grit guards, the usual traditional car wash. And instead of a wash mitt, I'm going to be using separate microfiber towels. This is going to be a much safer way of washing the car and much less chance of putting swirl marks into this.
You may be wondering why I don't just put a car cover on the MR2 for the winter to keep it clean. Well, aside from the fact that I like to have it in the background of the videos I film in the garage, and I like to be able to look at it while I'm working out there, I have a good reason for this. Car covers scratch paint. If you have a proper indoor location to store your car, the only thing you'll be dealing with is dust accumulating. I'd rather simply have to wash that off in the spring than put swirl marks in my freshly polished paint. Here's the thing. There's no way to install a car cover without sliding it across the dry surface. It doesn't matter how soft the inner lining of your cover is, if there's a bit of dirt on the surface, that's all it takes to create scratches. I can scratch the paint on this car with a soft, high-quality microfiber towel if I wipe it dry. Remember that the term microfiber does not translate to will never scratch paint. The only way to avoid having any dirt under the cover while you put it on is to freshly wash the car immediately before you do it. But that opens up a whole new type of problem with moisture getting trapped inside the cover for a long period of time. It's just no good. Anyways, I've foamed it, rinsed it, and now I'm foaming the car again to begin my contact wash. This makes the surface super slippery, and combined with my method of not reintroducing a dirty wash mitt into my bucket, it'll minimize the chances of swirl marks. The idea here is to fold the towel in fours and switch to a fresh side whenever it gets dirty. Once all the sides are dirty, toss it and start with a new one. This concept used to be referred to as the Gary Dean method back when he started doing it with his rinseless wash products. Then Larry from Ammo NYC made it popular by mentioning it on his massive YouTube channel. From what I remember, the two had a minor falling out over Larry not crediting Gary for it. Unfortunately, Gary had a small online presence, so he got kind of overshadowed. Now, it's a more commonly known method, but very few people know who originally shared it online. So, just a little detailing history lesson for you in case you happen to give a crap. I'm using little to no pressure, basically just enough to keep the towel from falling off the car. This all might seem like overkill, but you'll see in the final results that the car maintained a perfect swirl-free finish after the wash. And I don't feel like having to repolish this car right away after spending so much time fixing it last fall. I'd much rather bring other cool cars on the channel this year and polish those instead. For a drying aid, I used Optimum No Rinse diluted as a clay lube. I've tried lots of products from spray waxes to SiO2 detail sprays, and they all end up causing issues with streaking on this single stage paint. They work great on regular clear coats, this car is just a bit of a diva. ONR is the only thing I've found that gives a perfect finish, and it doesn't hurt that it's super slippery when it's diluted this way either. The wheels only needed a quick wipe down since I've only driven the car once since polishing and ceramic coating them last year. A fresh layer of tire shine and the exterior is good to go. With a product like ONR, you can reuse your towel that's still damp from drying off the car to wipe off the dust in your interior. Roughly 40 minutes later and the MR2 is looking fantastic. If you listen to some of the detailers online, they tend to make washing a ceramic coated car sound pretty complicated. But what's the point in paying for a ceramic coating if it's going to require more work and more products? Well, it doesn't need to as long as you stay on top of it. So in this video, I wash an Audi A7 using the one bucket method that I've adopted for ceramic coated cars or even just any car that has sensitive paint. Check it out. Because this car is white, it doesn't look super dirty on camera. But it lives on a dirt road and it gets parked outside, so there's definitely some grime built up on it. As you'd expect, the wheels and tires are dirty, but it looks like they're in great shape underneath all the crud. I checked with a spotlight in the garage before filming and the paint is still in fantastic condition. There's no doubt that this is a beautiful car, and since being a daily driver can be tough on it, it's due for a nice little refresh. But first, we gotta talk about products. And as you can see what I have on the workbench here, I'm not using a whole lot of stuff. So I'm gonna be trying a new soap that I've never used before. This is from Kochemi, this is GSF, which I believe stands for Great Soapy Friend. Anyways, I'm gonna be using this in my foam cannon. This is just an old school MTM foam cannon that I got from Obsessed Garage. And I'm also gonna be using this in my wash bucket. So I don't really measure this. I'm not a crazy person. I just kind of eyeball it and call it close enough. You can measure it if you want to. I think there's instructions on here. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. Just put the soap on the paint, little bro. I do measure the soap mixture in my foam cannon since I want it to cling to the car as much as possible. For this, I'm using about 100 milliliters of soap and then filling it up to around the 700 mark with water. What soap you use is probably one of the most important topics when it comes to washing a ceramic coated car. So you want to make sure that you find something that ideally is pH neutral, super slick, and also doesn't leave behind like waxes or sealants or stuff like that. So they do make soaps that are intended to be used on ceramic coated cars. A lot of that, I believe, is kind of marketing silliness. Way the heck back before every single ceramic coating company had their own soap and like full line of car care products specifically for their coating, a lot of detailers would just recommend that you wash your car with Meguiar's Gold Class because it's gentle, it does a good job of cleaning, and it doesn't leave any residue behind. That hasn't changed, guys. You can still, if you're in a pinch, you can just get Meguiar's Gold Class from Walmart or something. You can use that to wash your car. I've used it multiple times. It foams up in a foam cannon decently, and it's perfectly safe for ceramic coatings. So then after I dry it off, I want to boost this coating up a little bit, and I'm going to apply, this is actually, I think, fairly new from Gtechniq. This is C2 version 4. This is like their ceramic spray sealant. This, I just want to test it out. I use all kinds of different ceramic sprays and stuff on my Gtechniq coated cars. But I'm really curious about this because there's a lot of hype about this product and I want to see if it's real. Now, what am I doing differently to limit the risk of putting swirl marks into a car when I'm washing it? Well, normally I would use like a microfiber wash mitt, kind of like this one, right? And we would use the 2-bucket wash method. You have a soapy bucket, you have a rinse bucket, grit guards in both. Well, the problem is, are you sure that you're getting every little grain of dirt out of your wash mitt before you put it back into the soap bucket and back onto your car? There's just no way of being certain of that. And as a matter of fact, I just washed a Tundra earlier this week, and this isn't microfiber or anything, but I rinsed this in my rinse bucket before soaping it up, and still, I don't know if this is showing up on camera, but there's all kinds of black crud stuck in this wash mitt that did not rinse out in my rinse bucket. So what do we do to fix that? Well, it's actually really simple. Instead of using a wash mitt, I am now switching to using multiple microfiber towels. The idea is you take these out of the wash bucket, you wipe the car, and it doesn't go back into the wash bucket ever again. Once you've used up all of the folded sides from your towel, it's done. You toss it to the side, you grab the next one. So you're never reintroducing the dirt from the car back into your soapy bucket. I'm not gonna take credit for this idea. There's plenty of other people online that are doing this as well, and it just makes sense to me. You can do whatever you want, but for me, I started doing this with my MR2. You might have seen it in earlier videos this year. This car will get scratched if I even look at it wrong. And this has really cut down on the swirls that I've been putting into this super soft paint. So it's working for me. The only other product to talk about here is an important one, coffee. What can I say? It's been a long week. Let's head back out to the driveway and get started on washing the wheels. I wasn't sure if ceramic coating the wheels was included in the package that this car received, so I rinsed them first to see how the water behaved. It wasn't beating very much, which tells me that either these aren't ceramic coated or they're dirty enough to clog the coating up. In either case, I needed to use a wheel cleaner to do the heavy lifting. If your wheels are ceramic coated, you can probably get away with just using soap on them. Wheel cleaners can wear out the coating if you use them too often. It's important to clean your wheels first before you do the rest of the car, because otherwise all of the brake dust and grime as well as any wheel cleaner or degreaser will get splashed onto the surrounding paint. So do these first and then wash the rest of the car after. During the final rinse, I noticed the wheels starting to bead up water again. This leads me to believe that they do have some kind of coating on them, along with the fact that the brake dust came off them pretty easily, especially on the inner barrels. The wheels look great now. This is also a good time to clean up your door jambs. If you're going to use a pressure washer, just make sure to get the angle right so you don't soak your interior. Before I even get the car wet, I spray a layer of foam on it. This will help to lubricate the surface before I do my initial rinse with the pressure washer to remove any loose dirt. This is another thing that I've started doing recently. On cars like this, I'm going to be more careful about swirls and scratches. Not because the ceramic coating is any more sensitive, it's because I want to be overly careful to avoid undoing the expensive correction work that's done before applying a coating. Who cares how long a coating lasts if you have to polish it prematurely to remove the scratches you put in it? Always spray your pressure washer away from the car if you've had the nozzle off to make sure that the quick disconnect is locked into place. I definitely don't want to find out how much the glass on this A7 costs to replace if that thing becomes a projectile. A lot of people are going to tell you that you need to use iron and bug and tar removers, but the thing is, one of the benefits of a ceramic coating is that things like that are less likely to stick to it. So as long as you stay up to date on your maintenance washes, a lot of that stuff should come off with just a pressure washer. Basically, if you wash your car regularly, you can probably avoid those products, at least until your coating is due to be deep cleaned and refreshed. I've taken my 4Runner off-roading and on road trips, and I don't think I've ever had to use a chemical to remove bugs or mud. Also remember that things like bug guts, bird poop, and mud can be acidic, so the longer you leave them on the surface, the more likely they'll etch into the coating or even the paint. Now onto the main contact wash. I start by foaming the car again because I want the surface to be as slick as possible if I'm going to be touching it. Since it's a cool, cloudy day, I have plenty of time to leave it on the car, so I'm going to go around and clean the spots where a towel won't really get into easily with a brush. Alright, so here's how this works. I'm folding my towel into fours. I pull it out of the bucket, it never goes back into the bucket, so I'm going to hit this side first. I'll flip over to a fresh, clean side. So this is my second of 4 sides. I'm going to flip it around. I have now 2 fresh, clean sides again. I'll come around to this side. Flip around, another fresh side. This is my last side. And now that all 4 sides of this towel are dirty and have been used, I just wring it out and throw it to the side. This one never goes back into my soapy bucket. We grab a nice fresh new one, the exact same thing all over again. Fold it in 4s and continue on. This is kind of interesting. This Ceramic Pro stuff, it's not behaving the way some of the other kind of reputable ceramic coatings that I've worked on do. But some of these stains that look like they're going to be a problem, once I scrub them a little bit, reasonably, you don't want to scrub too hard, of course, but it does come off. So the coating is doing something for sure. All of this stuff that wasn't coming off with a pressure washer, all it takes is a little bit of an extra scrub and it does come off. But typically, especially with the really expensive ceramic coatings that you get professionally installed, a lot of this stuff just doesn't stick hardly at all. Interesting. The rest is pretty straightforward. Just wash from top to bottom and try to use very little pressure on the towel. Just let it glide. When I use a wash mitt in the 2-bucket method, you'll see me spiral my way around the car, but that's not necessary here because we're swapping to a new side or a fresh towel when we start at the top of the next panel. It's finally time to get all this soap off the car, so give it a really thorough rinse to make sure it's all gone. Take your time with this because the thing about foam cannons is that they cause soap to pool in places that it never would if you just washed with a hose and a wash mitt. Now is a good time to feel the paint for any bonded contamination. If your paint feels rough, even though it's clean, there's two ways to remove it: chemically or mechanically. With a ceramic coated car, it's best to stick with the first one. Spray an iron and fallout remover on and hope that it takes care of it. Otherwise, mechanical decontamination requires using a clay bar, and since that can mar or scratch the surface, you want to avoid that. To dry the car properly, you're going to need to spend at least $500 on an automotive blow dryer. Just kidding, you can use your leaf blower. You can get stubby nozzles that fit on a lot of popular models, but I don't find this one very hard to manage. You just have to be careful not to bump the car with it. One of the nice things about a ceramic coated car is that you can blow a lot of the water off them without touching it. I'm still going to follow up with a towel, but if you've ever tried doing this on unwaxed paint, you know how much of a difference it makes. Now it's time for the Gtechniq C2 V4 application. And there's a couple of ways that you can use this stuff. You can either spray it on a wet car and use it as a drying aid, or apply it on a dry surface for more protection. I'm sort of doing a mixture of the two since I blew most of the water off, but it's not perfectly dry. Spray it directly into a towel and wipe it onto the paint, then follow up with a second towel to buff away any streaking. My first impression of this stuff is that it feels pretty grabby when you first apply it, and I'm not a fan of that. But it seems to get slicker once it flashes. At first I thought the Ceramic Pro was to blame since the coating doesn't feel very slick, but I've applied this Gtechniq product on other cars with bare paint and noticed the same feeling, so it's definitely coming from the C2 V4. I'm going to keep playing around with it before I decide whether I like it or not. I applied some on the wheels too since they could use a bit of a boost. Finally, I used a little tire dressing to create contrast by making the rubber super black right next to the shiny white paint. The little finishing touches make a big difference. Well, that's pretty much all there is to it to maintain that just coated look. How often you have to wash it really depends on how it's used and how dirty your car gets. But realistically, I would aim for probably at least once a month. And as long as you use a good quality soap and you don't scrub too hard and you get all the water off, you really shouldn't have to overthink this too much. The rules are meant to be broken, right? Well, as much as I love our Tacoma, it's not exactly a show truck. So this was a perfect opportunity to push the limits a little bit. In this one, I share a strategy to wash, clay, and seal a truck in record time without even using a hose. Did I create any swirl marks? Well, I guess you're gonna have to wait and see. The condition of the paint on the Taco here is far from perfect, so that makes it a great candidate for this process. Honestly, if I wanted this truck to look anywhere remotely close to perfect, it would need a complete respray, so we don't have much to lose here. And for research purposes, let's take a little before and after look at the condition of the paint, specifically on the tailgate, because I replaced that a couple of years ago, which means the paint on it is much fresher than the rest of the truck that's pretty trashed. So I've pulled the truck into the garage here to get an accurate look for swirl marks on the paint job because we can't tell much out in the daylight. And what I did was I turned off all the lights out here in the garage and I'm just using my heartbreaker light here to get an idea of the condition. We're gonna have to look through the dirt a little bit because obviously we haven't washed it yet. But this is gonna show us whether we've put any new swirl marks into the paint at all. So if we come around here, we can see there's some bigger scuffs here and there just from using it like a pickup truck, but honestly, I think I see more orange peel from the paint job in this than any swirl marks. There's really hardly any swirl marks at all in this, at least that are visible. So let's keep this in mind, and we're gonna do this again and check after we're done washing the truck to see if we've put any new marks in this paint job. So let's take a look at the condition of the truck here to begin with, and I will admit, first of all, that this thing is way dirtier than anything that I've ever done this process on before, so this will be a pretty good test to see what kind of results we can get. I haven't washed this truck in, well, it's been a couple of months really, and it sits outside all the time. First thing that we're seeing here is we've got some bird poop that is like baked right on. This is probably etched into the clear coat. That's not good. You shouldn't be leaving that on there, guys. Don't be like me. Aside from that, the rest of the truck just has like a really thick layer of dirt on it, just from daily driving. I've been taking this thing for dump runs and stuff lately, and we got some really brown looking tires. We're gonna clean those up. The wheels are gonna get cleaned up as well. This is definitely not gonna be one of those videos where we're cleaning an already clean vehicle. This thing is definitely in need of some TLC. So I've got about 2 gallons of water in my bucket here, and I have my rinseless wash. 1 capful of this stuff is good for a gallon of water. So 2 capfuls will be good to go. Then I have the same rinseless wash in a spray bottle here. This is diluted as the clay lubricant though, so it's a little bit stronger.
And this is what we're gonna spray on the panel first to get it slippery and to encapsulate the dirt before we touch it. Also, rather than using a wash mitt, I'm gonna be using individual microfiber towels. I'm gonna throw these in here, get them soaking, and I'm also gonna toss in my clay sponge here and get it softening up a little bit. Now this is gonna be my separate drying towel that I finish off with. So for starters, we're gonna take our pre-rinse spray here that we mixed up. Again, this is our quick detailer dilution. And we're gonna spray down the entire panel. You wanna get it fairly wet with this. This is gonna encapsulate the dirt that's on there. It's gonna lubricate the surface. Now we're gonna come over to our bucket here, grab one of our fresh towels, and our towels never go back into the bucket. That's how we avoid scratching, because any of the dirt that's coming off of the truck is not going back into the bucket. I'm gonna go ahead and wipe this down. We're not using any pressure at all, just lightly wiping the surface. And you wanna pay attention to when your towel gets dirty looking, and then you just wanna flip over to a nice, fresh, clean side. So, it's starting to get a bit dirty there. So I'm gonna flip it over. Obviously you wanna go top to bottom, just like any other time that you're washing a car. Normally, we could just wipe this off because that's what makes the rinseless in a rinseless wash. We don't have to hose this off like a soap. We can just wipe this off and it's done. But we're gonna throw in that extra step of clay barring it. So we're gonna do that right now. We're gonna get our rinse bottle again because we're gonna wet the surface again just to be extra safe. And just like with everything else, no pressure at all. We're just lightly rubbing the surface. Once again, we could dry this off if we wanted to, but we're not quite ready yet because we're gonna add some protection to this. Just do maybe 1-2 mists per panel. And then we can dry this off and kind of buff it to perfection. Now, what about the wheels? Surely you've got to use a hose to clean these, right? Well, I'm not gonna. So for starters, I'm gonna do an extra step here that most people aren't necessarily gonna have to do. I'm gonna clean these tires because they're turning brown. They haven't been cleaned for so long. So I'm gonna hit them with a degreaser. And then I'm gonna scrub them with a regular tire brush here. Now, is this the best way of cleaning tires? No, of course not, but we're not using a hose here. We gotta work with what we've got. Next up, I'm gonna grab a towel from my wash bucket, but this is not the same as my other ones. This one never touches my paint. This is just for wheels. You can use brushes and stuff if you want to, but I find using a towel is easy enough to be able to fit into all the little spots that I want to fit into. The one selling point to using a microfiber towel though is the microfibers are actually going to pick up the dirt and hold it in the towel, versus using a brush, you're just gonna kind of move the dirt around instead of picking it up and off of the surface. So I would argue that this works a little bit better if you have a wheel design that you can actually touch and reach everything by hand. Okay, now our wheel is clean and we can wipe it off now, but once again, one more extra step. We're gonna hit it with our ceramic spray. Even on satin black wheels like this, it's not gonna make them gloss black or anything all of a sudden. You can get away with it just fine. So maybe 2 sprays. We have a separate drying towel here. And there we go. We've got nice, clean, dry wheels. No more brake dust on them. And they got a little bit of protection on them too now with the ceramic spray.
Let's take a look at the clock here. It's 3:43 p.m. So let's see how long it takes me to do the rest of the truck. I was planning on doing this in direct sunlight just to really aggravate the nerds out there, but by the time I got started, I had some pretty decent shade on the driveway. Rest assured, you can do this in the sun if you need to. If the rinseless wash dries on a panel, don't worry, just wet it again with your spray bottle. This will reactivate it, and the stuff won't leave a residue behind if it dries like a soap would. As you can see, this is a pretty stress-free process. I forgot my drying towel in the garage, but I have plenty of time to go get it. I'm not worried about the surface drying at all. For the areas with the bird poop, I'm going to purposely loosen it up with the pre-rinse, then use sort of a scooping motion with the towel to pick it up. It's important to flip your towel to a clean side as soon as it starts getting dirty. That way you're not grinding the dirt all over the rest of your paint job. It's also important to keep wiping your clay sponge clean because if it's pulling contaminants out of the paint, you don't want to scrub them across all the other panels. Just a quick wipe with the towel is all you need. You can get away with using a single drying towel for this. When it stops absorbing water, you can just wring it out and keep going. As long as your washing process is working properly, it shouldn't get very dirty at all. You can even use a lighter color towel for drying as sort of a quality control method to make sure you're getting the surface clean. If nothing is showing up on your drying towel, you know your rinseless wash is working. You can use the same products and process on your windows, and here's a little tip. Glass is much harder to scratch than paint, so you can prioritize all of the painted surfaces first. What I mean by that is, if your towel is getting dirty, you can still use it on your glass before switching it out. That saves the fresh towel for your paintwork. So if you're concerned that you might not have enough towels or product in your spray bottle, save your windows for last since they're much more forgiving.
Hi, buddy.
This was actually a really good time to use this method because this was a super windy day. Using a pressure washer in this kind of weather would soak me and everything around me. In comparison, you can do this process right next to another car without getting a drop of water on it if you want to. Alright, time check. That was 29 minutes for the body, but we still have to clean the wheels and tires. Let's keep going. Also, don't forget to hydrate. Normally I clean the wheels first because I don't want to get overspray on the freshly cleaned paint, but since we aren't using a hose, we don't have to worry about that. So feel free to save the wheels for the end if you want to. Final time check, it's 4:22 p.m., which means this entire truck just took me 39 minutes, with a GoPro blocking half of my view. Not too shabby.
Alright guys, here's the end result. The truck is clean, and remember, we did not use a hose at all for this entire thing. And because I'm a bit of a fancy boy, I did put some tire shine on just to give it an extra little touch at the end here. Paint is clean, shiny, fairly smooth to the touch. Bird poop is gone. Windows are clean, clay barred. Got some nice gloss and reflections in this thing again. The question that we've all been wondering, did I just scratch my paint? Do I have swirl marks in the tailgate now? Let's pull it into the garage for one final check and see if we caused any damage. All right, it's time for the moment of truth. And just so we're clear, you guys can see this is indeed after the fact because we've got tire shine on the tires and the paint is now nice and clean and shiny. So let's take a look at the tailgate and see exactly like we did last time, what kind of swirl marks we've added. Well, I don't know about you, but I see nothing. We do have the same scuffs up top, so those haven't changed obviously, but that shows that this light will show scratches and swirl marks if they're present, and they're not present down here.
This next one was easily my biggest project of the year, both in actual work on the car as well as editing the video. This Camaro was also really important to me because it belongs to my dad. He waited many years to finally buy himself a fun car, and ever since he bought it, I've been eager to make it look as amazing as possible. So I did a wheels off detail and a two-step paint correction, and then ceramic coated the paint, wheels, and the trim. It's only got like 60-something thousand kilometers on it, and it already looked really nice. But I knew I could make it look even better. This is a special one for me, and I hope you enjoy it. I know what you're thinking, and I agree with you. This car already looks really good, especially on camera. But consider other parts of the car industry where it's totally common to take cars that perform great from the factory and still modify them to be even better, right? Well, why can't we do that with their appearance too? There's always something you can do to a car to make it faster, and there's always something you can do to it to make it look better too. These SLP cars had functional ram air hoods. So functional, in fact, that water will go directly into the intake, so I left myself a note to remind myself to cover it up. I'm an idiot, but I'm a careful idiot when it comes to other people's things at least. To start, we've got to strip the remaining waxes and oils from the paint, since they'll just clog up our polishing pads and slow down our progress. If you have one of those fancy high pH soaps, you can use that in a foam shaman. I didn't at the time, so I just sprayed it down with some all-purpose cleaner. This is one time where I'm adamant about washing in the shade. You don't want this stuff to dry on the surface. I'm using 2 buckets and a single wash mitt here because I'm not overly paranoid with creating swirl marks, since I'll be polishing it afterwards anyways. But I'm still putting some effort into washing it safely because any scratches that I do create is just more work for me to fix during the correction. As I rinse the soap off, you can see that we've stripped the paint down pretty decently. Not only is the water not beating at all, it's actually just kind of sitting on the surface. This is what we want. Since I'm going to be polishing this car, I'm using a clay bar to pull off any contaminants that are embedded in the paint. I don't want this stuff getting caught in my polishing pad and then scratching the whole car while I'm trying to actually remove the scratches. Soap is a perfectly safe alternative to clay lube. The only harm it might do is to the clay bar itself, but honestly, who cares about making a clay bar last super long? There was a decent amount of contamination present, but not a ton. It seemed in line with a well-kept car that just hadn't been clay barred in a while. A quick tip for you if you want to keep from dropping your clay bar on the ground, fold a tab and pinch it in between your fingers. This will help you to get a better grip on it. One last rinse and it's time to dry it off and pull it inside. I dried it off with a towel first since I knew compressed air wasn't going to move much of the standing water. Then I followed up with a blower to get any remaining water that was hiding in the cracks and crevices. I was too lazy to get my big blower out, so I just used this little one, but it sucks. Don't bother using one of these little ones. And there's another idiot reminder for me to pull the towels back out of the intake before I start the engine. Remember guys, your brain is designed to be creative and to solve problems. It's not meant to store information, so it's totally fine to leave yourself notes to remind yourself of things. Frees up a little brain space for more important things. All right. So we've got the car freshly washed and pulled back into the garage here, and some of you might be typing a comment right now. You might have noticed that I didn't wash the wheels when I washed the car, and there's a reason for that. We're gonna be taking these wheels off to ceramic coat them anyways, and I'll be able to do a much better job of washing them off the car, both inside and out. So one of my favorite parts of detailing is figuring out the backstory and the history of a car and the life that it's lived. And so I'm already starting to kind of get some ideas about what's going on with this car. So when I clay barred it, I'll show you the clay bar just from the last panel that I worked on. I've certainly seen worse than this before. This wasn't terrible, but the car was due for a clay bar treatment for sure. I noticed the back of the car, there was a lot of contamination back there. So I feel like there's one of 2 scenarios going on here. Number one, this is a very low mileage car, but as you can see, it's in phenomenal shape. So this car has obviously been kept indoors over the years. Maybe this car hasn't really ever been clay barred, and maybe that's just the accumulation from the little bit that the car has been driven. And it could just be exhaust soot coming off the exhaust that gets sucked up sort of like in a vortex as you're driving down the highway. The second option is that it may have been overspray from a body shop. As great as this car looks, I can almost immediately spot a couple of signs here and there. There was some paint work on the back driver's side corner, and that could be overspray if it wasn't taped off properly or that wrapped around the back of the car. All right, so hopefully you can see what I'm talking about here on camera, but this is where we have a little bit more traditional swirl marks and scratches here. But there's also, in other panels, there's a lot of sort of deeper, straighter scratches. And clearing this up is gonna make this paint way glossier and wetter looking. Actually, you know what I'm seeing here? Those are leftover holograms from a body shop doing a little bit of rotary polishing here and not quite covering their tracks. Somebody has been here. We also have up here on the black roof, of course, some typical swirl marks up here. This is just straight gloss black, so this is gonna show every little scratch and swirl mark, so we'll see what we can do up there. And again, we've got some holograms, so somebody's been here. Here on the hood, you can see a lot more of what I'm talking about. A lot of deeper kind of straight line scratches, and it almost looks like smudges and stuff here. You see that? That is not what we want if we want this car to look as good as possible. And clearing this up is just gonna make it look incredible in the direct sunlight, because these lights right here are very unforgiving. So if it looks good in these lights, it's gonna look amazing out in the daylight. It's safe to say that this car has probably been used for going to like a lot of cruise nights and cars and coffee and car shows and stuff like that. And I don't want to stereotype people necessarily, but it is quite common for, we'll call them boomers, and we love them, but sort of the outdated concept of you gotta wipe down the car and keep it clean at all costs, and they'd show up to car shows with their California Duster or their quick detail spray and their same towel they've been using since 1976 and wiping down the paint. That could have caused some of the bigger scuffs and smudge marks that are in this paint. It doesn't really look like swirl marks. You can see it's a little bit more kind of fingerprinty because this car was kept so clean all the time. They were touching it all the time, and every time they touched it, if they weren't super careful about what they were doing, they could have been putting some scratches in. So I think that's what we're seeing here. I got a lot of work to do. Typically, before I get started on working on a car like this, I'm gonna go around the whole car with a paint depth gauge like this. This is showing up all weird because of the polarizing filter. Now, to get a good baseline for how thin paint is on something like this, we're gonna go into the door jamb and we're gonna see 85 microns. So we're a little bit all over the place here, to be honest, but we've seen as thin as in the 60s. But in general, I would say it's averaging in the 80 micron, in the 80s. So that kind of gives us a rough idea that in, say, like the 90 to 100 micron area, we don't want to be going any more further than that because you're starting to get a little bit thin at that point. So as we measure the rest of the car, we want to make sure that we have more than that on the surface still to work with. Let's move on to the rear fender here then. And we are at 134. I don't take these readings as gospel either, guys. We're mainly just looking for patterns. We're not looking at the actual numbers so much. I can tell you that throughout this whole panel, this entire fender, we're between 130 and 140 microns for the most part. So that to me tells me that this fender is safe to polish, but we don't want to push it too hard. And it also tells me that that's more than likely original paint on that panel at least. But now let's come around to the driver's side fender. Remember, we were in the 130s, 140s. And look at this, 385. What does that mean? Well, it means that this side has probably been repainted because when cars are painted by hand, humans tend to put it on thicker. A properly calibrated machine is going to be able to put a thinner coat on like they do in the factory. And so not only is the passenger side original paint, I think it's also been buffed before based on kind of what I'm seeing. I know this car has definitely been into a body shop at least once. And this has been repainted. That's why it's so much thicker as well. But I think that the passenger side is thinner than factory. That's just kind of what my spidey senses tell me. But anyways, that's pretty much all that we can measure on this car. Just those two fenders and the door jambs to get an idea of what's going on with it. And I'll explain why in a second. But first, I want to make some more progress on this hood. So let's get going. My strategy and technique on this one were different from how I normally polish cars. That's because I had a few variables to contend with here. The paint was pretty hard. I had to manage heat since the car is mostly plastic and fiberglass, and to make matters worse, I managed to choose the worst heat wave of the year to work on it. So avoiding creating any more heat than I needed to was the name of the game. A rotary polisher would have been the best option, but I didn't have one. So I had to stick with the DA, but use it differently. Normally, I'll run my machines wide open at full speed, and I tend to use a quicker arm speed than most people. This time, I dialed the polisher down to speed 3 instead of 6, and did a really quick initial pass to take off the top layer of paint. Then I blew the residue out of my pad and came in for the first real working pass where I kept the machine at the same speed, but slowed my arm speed down substantially. I tried a few different techniques, and for some reason, this worked the best, and it kept heat low. You can actually see me feeling the paint periodically to make sure it's not getting too hot. This required more passes than usual, which translated into the car taking a lot longer than I would have liked. If ever there was a car that told me it's time to master the skill of cutting with a rotary, it's this one. Here you can see a bit of a before and after on the hood. I haven't touched the passenger side yet, and you can see all those marks I was talking about. The driver's side has been compounded but not refined yet. That's a pretty big difference, and if we can do that to the entire car, it's going to look incredible. I've got to be careful though, since I keep seeing holograms left behind by the gorilla that used a rotary polisher on this thing. To be fair, there's nothing wrong with using a rotary at all, but you have to clean up the holograms after. You can't just leave them there. This shows a certain level of inexperience, so I'm concerned with how aggressive they might have worked with paint already. They didn't truly know what they were doing. There's also some really deep scratches inside the hood scoop from someone who was way too heavy-handed when wiping this thing down. That's okay, we'll get her all fixed up. I wasn't going to include this, but I know I get a lot of questions about it, so I'm using Meguiar's M100 compound and a microfiber cutting pad for the teal paint, and then switching to Meguiar's D300 compound with the same pads and machines for the softer black paint on the roof. I can't stress this enough though, the products don't matter. Don't be fooled into thinking it's as simple as going out and buying these same products and you'll instantly get the same results. It's all a matter of technique. These are just the products that I chose to use, but other ones might work great for you too. I was able to finish cutting the hood yesterday, as well as the driver's side half of the roof to get an idea of what I was in for. And I wanted to stop here to talk a little bit about what makes this car specifically a little trickier to work on. Remember when I said that I could only measure the thickness of the paint on the two rear quarter panels of this car? Well, that's because the panels of this thing consist of multiple different substrates, and the two rear quarters are the only metal panels on this whole car. From what I understand, based on a little bit of research before working on the car, we have the SS hood is fiberglass, along with the rear hatch, the doors, and I think maybe the spoiler, or maybe plastic. The front two fenders are plastic. The rear quarter panels are metal, and then the front and rear bumpers are urethane. The thing to keep in mind here is that even if you have the exact same paint, it can behave differently based on the substrate that it's applied to. So paint that's on a metal surface is going to react differently to a polisher than paint that's on a fiberglass surface. A big thing that I have to be careful with here is heat management. And heat is the enemy in any paint correction scenario, but here especially when I'm dealing with different surfaces. Because if I'm polishing on, say, like the metal quarter panel, right, and I'm working away right here, that heat is going to radiate across the panel. So if I'm working here, over here is going to be warm as well. It spreads itself out. Versus if I'm polishing one of these plastic fenders, the heat isn't going to radiate. It's going to stay right here where the friction of my pad is and just isolate that one spot and really heat it up. If we overheat or swell the paint too much, it can actually bubble up and delaminate off the surface. That's very bad news. On top of that, we have two different colors of paint on this car. We have the teal and then we have the black roof, which, by the way, the roof is also plastic, I think, and then black paint on top of that. And to take it even further, we have a mixture of original paint and body shop paint scattered throughout the whole car. So what does this mean for me? Well, aside from being careful, it means that basically every time I start a new panel material, I have to act as if I haven't done any test spot whatsoever. I have to kind of start with the strategy fresh again. So it's taking a lot more time and more patience, but it's worth it to preserve this car for what it is right now and remove the least amount of clear coat as possible so that hopefully this car doesn't have to go back to the body shop again. Let's keep going. So I'm actually cycling this product for the roof on the black paint. I'll show you what that means. So I'm going to spread it out first. What's my working speed? And I apologize if it's kind of dark in here for filming because
I need to be able to do my job and see what I'm doing. I need to look through this polish at where the lights are so I can see when the scratches disappear. That's how I know when to stop. Okay, let's take a look at what our results look like here. Make sure we got everything out that we need to first, and then we'll worry about finishing it down. That looks pretty good. So we want to help ourselves out here when it comes to finishing it down. This is what I mean by cycling the product. So you can see, I don't know if you can you see that this is all matted down from spent compound and the clear coat that we removed from the paint job, right? So I'm gonna blow this out with compressed air. So all I've done is blown the spent compound and clear coat out of this existing pad. This is the one that I just used. Now this still is saturated with my compound in it. It's not completely dry, this isn't a brand new pad. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cycle my compound. The little bit that's still in here is much less aggressive than having a fresh pad with a fresh amount of compound again. And I'm gonna come back in and do just a couple of quick passes to sort of act as an in-between pass. This is sort of a 1.5 step. So if you look at that, you can now see we still are spreading compound around, which means it's still in the pad. So this is just a gentler version of compounding that backs our way out from the more aggressive compounding step we just did to remove the scratches. Now, when the time comes to do our second refinement step, it's gonna be a lot easier and the results are gonna be far better. Cool. The spoiler was in tough shape to say the least. And since I couldn't measure the thickness here, I didn't feel confident that I had a lot of material to work with. Just like Kenny Rogers says, you gotta know when to hold them and when to fold them. So I trusted my gut and I didn't push it too far. Yeah, that means the deeper scratches had to remain, but that's the trade-off for playing it safe. Can't win them all, but we live on to fight another day. The SS models came with a different spoiler that has more of a duckbill built into it. I noticed that my 5-inch pad wasn't quite digging in there enough, so I tried dropping down to the 3-inch to fit into the contour better, and it did the trick. So I definitely am gonna have to remember to be careful on these plastic fenders because this paint is responding much better than the fiberglass panels have. So I have to be a little bit less aggressive here or I'm gonna blow through the clear coat. I've noticed there's still a little bit more up in here and tight along the edges. And of course, obviously around the emblem, I'm gonna have to get in tight. I'm running this on rotary mode, which means it's only spinning. It's not dual action and orbiting, right? The downside is it will leave some holograms like any other rotary buffer. And that's not a big deal. It's just a matter of following up with maybe the 3-inch pad when I'm kind of doing the outside edges, working my way back out and clearing those up along with the rest of the areas. One other thing that you might find interesting, like why do I have this piece of tape here? Well, I don't know if this shows up on camera, but there's actually a tape line where I believe this part here has been re-cleared. They sprayed a fresh coat of clear on here and they actually taped this off instead of doing the whole fender. So we have a hard edge of clear coat right here. And I do not want the fibers of my pad to come in and tick at that and pull it away, or eventually there's a good chance that I'm gonna end up peeling sheets of clear coat off of this thing. So that just goes to show you the importance of inspecting a car thoroughly for quite a bit of time and just like really sit down and think about what you're seeing before you ever take any of these machines and put them on the paint. Remember when I was measuring the paint and I told you that I believe this panel has been repainted since the thickness is twice as thick as the other side? Well, I found another sign that this has been to a body shop. And there's actually a row of sanding marks that are right along this edge and wrap all the way actually up to about here that the body shop has left behind.
Normally when a body shop finishes laying down the paint, they're gonna sand it down to remove any texture. And they did a pretty good job on this car because this whole car has very little orange peel whatsoever. Once they're done sanding, they're gonna follow that up with a polishing process to remove those sanding marks. And what I found here is some leftover sanding marks that they did not remove before this left the body shop. Most body shops will have like a big rotary polisher with a big wool pad on it that they just mow the whole car down with, right? So if you look at where these sanding marks are, I'm not sure if they're gonna show up from this camera angle, they're all right along here. And so what they're probably doing is they're polishing this car after with their huge pad, right? So this is obviously my smaller 5-inch pad, but they're coming down here and they're not able to get in tight along these spots. Hitting their big rotary pad on all of these edges is gonna potentially burn through and melt all of the paint on all these spots. That's my job now. So I'm gonna get in here with a little 1-inch polisher and I can get in tight with the proper tools and not risk burning through any of these edges. So let's get to work on removing these sanding marks. Here you can see the scratches where I haven't worked yet and the lower section all fixed up. So I switched to the larger machine for the rest of the section and now we have a great looking quarter panel. By the way, if you're digging the MR2 in the background, I did a video of a 71-hour preservation detail on it a little while ago. So if you want to go check that one out after you're done watching this one, it's on my channel. All right, we're moving on to the rear quarter here, and unlike the one on the other side, I don't believe that this one has been repainted. I do think that this has been polished at some point in its life, possibly at the body shop that was doing the work. I think that they might have given it a quick buzz just to kind of make it match the fresh paint, but I did notice, I'm not sure if it's gonna show up on camera, back here, there are some kind of scuff marks. I don't know if you can see those. Can you see those right there? But they're sort of uniform. And it almost to me looks like somebody had a dirty polishing pad and there's a chunk of dirt in it and it was tick, 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 ticking across, and there's kind of a straight line of those across here. So we're gonna have to sort that out. But I thought it'd be interesting to do sort of a before and after paint thickness measurement on this panel so that we can see how much clear coat we're actually removing when we're going through this process. Of course, we're gonna be removing some. 151 microns. So let's go ahead and correct this whole panel, and when I'm done, we're gonna come back and measure again. But remember 151.
let's grab the gauge and let's see the difference. Let's measure in the exact same spot again. 149. So I want to be reasonable here, and you know, I did have to hit this pretty hard and I was heating it up pretty good, so that paint has probably swelled a little bit. That could be throwing off the readings a little bit. As of right now, it's showing that we've removed about 2 microns. Even if we doubled that, let's say we removed 4 microns from the clear coat. You're removing clear coat, but you're not removing a whole lot. I wouldn't do this every single year or anything like that, but when it's needed, like in this case, it's fairly safe. Well, now we gotta get into the nitty gritty, and unless you've got a nice fancy hoist, in order to do these lower parts of the car, you gotta get on the ground. That's the only way to do it. Because if you're just looking down from sitting up on a stool or something, you're not gonna be able to see the scratches properly, and you can't fix what you can't see. This is the only angle that you can properly see any scratches on these lower panels. So if you're not doing this, then you're missing spots on your car. There's a bit of a contour here, but I can get in here with my 5-inch pad. Just kind of scoop in here. And luckily, the scratches aren't very deep on this section. All right, let's see what we got. And if you've done this a couple times, you very quickly learn to plan ahead and bring all of your towel and your inspection light and everything down here with you, so you don't have to get up and down too many times. So I like to use my other light here as well, just to get 2 different angles to make sure and double check that the results are what we want. And this looks pretty good. Unfortunately, there's just no other way to do that. So if any hoist companies want to sponsor me, sure could use a lift in here for doing this kind of stuff. But until then, it's just my handy dandy carpet. You may be wondering why I have this piece of tape here on the rear bumper, and this is a marker that's intended to remind me to be extremely careful in this specific spot right here. The reason is that when I was inspecting the paint job, I found tiny little blisters in the clear coat here, and this is major cause for concern for me as the person that's polishing this paint, because when I put together the backstory of the history of this car, I happen to know that the hood and at least one, if not both of the doors had been resprayed before my dad bought this car due to the original clear coat failing and flaking off. So that's a big problem because from what I understand, this bumper might still be the original paint that matched with those other panels that had to be repaired. And maybe these blisters hadn't appeared yet, and that's why they didn't paint this bumper along with those other pieces that needed to be fixed. The problem is we do have a lot of swirl marks and stuff on this bumper. So as usual, paint correction is really very much a game of decision making and deciding how hard to push. Should we improve it? Should we not touch it? I think we've got a little bit of room to work with on the rest of the surfaces of this bumper, but I'm gonna go around this. It's better to leave some scratches and some swirl marks than to risk delaminating the rest of the clear coat off of this. Honestly, this rear bumper does need to be repainted because it has been tapped on the back. There's some deeper gashes and stuff here and there and some spots that aren't gonna polish out. We don't wanna do it just yet though. And so I wanna try and preserve the clear coat that's on here as much as I can while I can, because eventually this is probably gonna have to get painted. But for now, we wanna try and keep this clear coat intact for as long as possible. Well, our surgery on the rear bumper here is complete, and I think we made out pretty good. So I was able to get the majority of the swirl marks and scratches out of the top of this bumper, which is where it looked the worst. Now you can see if you follow the light, right there is where the blisters are, and there's a clump of swirl marks still there. I'll take that because
it's better than the entire bumper looking horrible because the clear coat failed. So we're gonna leave one spot there untouched, but the rest of it looks great. Remember, I said that technically this bumper does need to be painted. We've got a scuff down here that is right through to the actual urethane on this bumper. We have too much to lose and not enough to gain, because in the end we still have a bumper that is never going to be perfect. So why risk putting new damage in it when we can just make it look great in the majority of lighting conditions and call it a day? And this bumper will live on hopefully many more years before it ever needs to be painted. So the rear bumper is looking about as good as it's gonna look, and I'm happy with the results. I think in real world condition, it's gonna look fantastic. And we didn't cause any new damage, which is the name of the game. I'm gonna go ahead and correct the taillights first before I'm completely done back there. They've got some swirls and some scratches in the red plastic. So I'm gonna hit those quick, and then we're gonna move on to the front bumper here, the lower spot, and we are finally done cutting this thing. Sheesh, that was some serious compounding, but the car is gonna look amazing. So now that the cutting stage is finished and I've removed all of the scratches that are safe to remove out of this car, I've made a bit of a mess. There's dust all over the whole thing, and it's everywhere. It's in all the little nooks and crannies, all the cracks and crevices and everywhere. It's gonna be kind of difficult to just wipe that off with a towel in between steps. So I'm actually gonna pull the car out and just give it a quick wash. People seem to think that if a compound creates dust when you use it, it's a bad thing. That means that it's an inferior product. That means that it makes a mess and it's not as good as a compound that doesn't create dust. What is that dust made of in the first place? Well, it's a mixture of two things. It's leftover product of the compound that you're using, and it's also the dead clear coat that you're pulling off the car, because every time you're polishing your car, you're obviously removing a fine layer of paint. So if you're using a compound that doesn't dust, then those two things, the spent clear coat and the old product, are getting trapped in between your pad and the surface that you're polishing. And to me, that's not a good thing. In comparison, dusting is a good thing because it's taking those two things that we don't want either of, and it's shooting them away from where we're working on the car. If we're fighting against things that are trapped in our pad while we're trying to perfect the paint, that could add hours and hours onto the job by giving you bad results. And in comparison, I'd rather just spend an extra 15 minutes giving it a quick wash. I still have a second round of polishing to do to refine the paint, so this wash is super basic. The pressure washer is going to get rid of most of the dust, so I'm following up with a quick rinseless wash with Optimum No Rinse. I'm choosing this over a traditional soap because it won't leave behind a residue that I then have to strip off before I start polishing again. After staring at bright lights for a few days, I was ready for a break, so I decided to switch my focus to the wheels before finishing up the paint correction. It's no surprise that the backside of the wheels was the dirtiest. First, I hit them with a wheel cleaner and tire cleaner and allowed both to dwell for a bit before scrubbing. I noticed that the suds on the tires were pretty brown, so I hit them again. And the suds were nice and white the second time, so we know that they're clean now. The barrels were kind of beat up, so I scrubbed them with steel wool and it made a big difference. Of course, the faces of the wheels were much cleaner and only required a minor cleanup. The aluminum barrels were pretty oxidized, so I decided to hit them with a cutting pad and compound. Then I polished the painted faces because A, I wanted to get as much gloss out of them as possible, and B, since I'm going to be ceramic coating them, polishing also acts as a deep cleaner to prep the surface. After a quick alcohol wipe down to remove any polish residue, it was time to ceramic coat them with Gtechniq C5. This product is super easy to apply. You just wipe it on and lightly level it with a towel. For the inner barrels, I did something a little different. I wish I could remember where I heard about this so I could give them credit, but the idea is that you put the coating on nice and thick, but then you don't level it with a towel after to get the most protection possible back there. Then, since we're lunatics around here, I dressed both inside and outside of the tires. The end result might not be like brand new, but they certainly don't look 30 years old anymore either. Now they're deep cleaned, polished, and protected. Moving on to the second round of polishing, and this is sort of like the refinement step after the aggressive compounding step where we removed all of the scratches. The black parts, like the roof and the mirrors, definitely need to be refined because they're a little bit softer and that black paint has no metallic flake in it, it shows everything. And so I've got a little bit of hazing to clear up there. Now the rest of the car, all of the teal paint, to be honest, it already looks really good. I think I probably could have gotten away with doing like a cycled one step on this car, just because the paint is so hard, it doesn't have that haze left behind from the compounding that a softer paint job would, like on the MR2 here. But because I have to do these parts anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and run through the whole car and do a few passes with a finishing polish just to see if I can get that last little bit of gloss and clarity out of it. We'll see if it's worthwhile or not. So you saw me using a microfiber cutting pad earlier and Meguiar's M100 compound, which is pretty aggressive stuff. Now I'm switching over to a foam polishing pad from Lake Country. These are brand new. I'm going to try these out and see if I like them. And I'm combining this with Menzerna 3500. This is a nice, gentle refinement polish. When it comes to finishing paint down, it's important to go slow and not rush the process, especially if you're using a polish like this one that has diminishing abrasives in it. These abrasives are designed to break down and become smaller and less aggressive as it works through its cycle. So if you quit early, you aren't letting the product do its full job. At this stage, I also switched to really soft, high-quality towels to avoid scratching the paint when I'm wiping the polish off. I'm not as worried about the towels when I'm compounding because I know I'm going to be following up with polishing. You'll notice that I also work from the center of the car outwards so that I minimize the chance of rubbing the paint or leaning on it while I'm trying to reach the middle. It's important to keep your pad as flat on the surface as possible when you're refining the paint, because if the pad is wiggling around, it can affect your finish. You want to basically be like a CNC machine. Alright, the paint correction is now complete and the car looks amazing, but that brings me to one thing that I want to clear up about ceramic coatings that I think a lot of people get wrong. This car has completely bare paint right now and look at how good it looks. I'm going to go ahead and apply a ceramic coating to this, but this is what the actual paint looks like underneath the coating. We cannot credit the ceramic coating with how good this car looks. So I think a lot of people get it confused that ceramic coatings make the car look good. Ceramic coatings do nothing more then protect your paint. This is the result of all of the prep work done before the coating. If anything, a ceramic coating might actually make your vehicle look a little bit worse. Some of the older coatings were known to sort of dilute the gloss and the reflections and stuff. The more modern, kind of high quality coatings are doing a lot better at that, but they're still nowhere near the look of a carnauba wax or something like that. Okay. Time for ceramic coatings, and I'll be honest, I'm a Gtechniq guy myself, and I have no affiliation with them whatsoever. They don't know that I exist, but these are the coatings that I have used a lot of, and I find that they're a great balance between easy to apply, and also I'm very familiar with their performance because I've torture tested them on my 4Runner for quite a few years. Okay, so for starters, we need to make sure that we don't have any remaining polish oils or residue on the surface. And so I'm gonna use Gtechniq Panel Wipe. This is like an alcohol-based prep product. And we wanna make sure that we do that before we apply the coatings, otherwise they're not gonna bond properly. Then we have sort of a 1-2 punch combo of ceramic coatings for the paint. And we're starting with Crystal Serum Light, which is the main coating that provides the majority of the protection. Then we're gonna be topping it with EXO. We're on to version 5 now at this point. They keep on updating this. I guess they're making it better every time. This one is a top coat to Crystal Serum Light, and this isn't required. It's not 100% necessary, but it adds extra hydrophobicity, and also hydrophilic properties as well. So this is what makes the water just not stick to the paint whatsoever when you're rinsing it with a hose or something. And then for the black plastic trim, we're gonna be going with Gtechniq C4. This is their permanent trim restorer. I don't know why they call it that. It's not permanent. It'll last a few years, but it's not permanent. One more thing that I wanted to add is this is the applicator that Gtechniq includes in the kit. And it has sort of like a little pouch in the back for your fingers to go into. These work, but I don't really like them. I'm not a fan. So I'm gonna be using one of these microfiber blocks. It's like a sponge inside. This is what professionals use to apply coatings, and it's a little quicker. You will waste more product using something like this when you saturate it, but so be it. It's easy to work with. And as far as towels go, I bought a brand new pack of, these are Pearl Edgeless from the Rag Company. And these are a kind of a low pile, but very soft, very high quality towel. This is gonna be for leveling the surface, and I'll show you how we do this as we're applying the coating. You don't wanna re-scratch the paint that we just spent so many hours perfecting, right? So this is very important to get your towels right. I'm applying CSL to roughly 1/3 of the hood at a time since the working time in these conditions is pretty decent. You can tell when it's time to level it by looking at it closely. When you first apply it, the coating looks like streaks. Once it flashes, those streaks turn into tiny dots and straight lines. That means the paint has accepted however much coating it can accept, and the dots are the excess left over. I like to use 3 separate towels for leveling. Some people choose to mark each one with a number, but I find it easy enough to just keep them organized. The first towel picks up the majority of the product and will be the most saturated by far. I had to replace this one once, about halfway through the car. You want to wipe a wider area with the second towel in case you pushed some of the coating onto an adjacent panel that will turn into a high spot if you let it cure. You're probably good to go after wiping with the second towel, but the third towel is just because we're paranoid about high spots. With this third towel, I use a different lighting source and try to wipe and view it from a different angle than previously as well. Sometimes you'll reach something that you missed with a different approach. You might find that a soft light helps with finding spots that you missed. Often the high-powered spotlights will shine right through the coating so you don't actually see it. In this case, I was experimenting with using a few different types of lights all at once. Applying a ceramic coating is very straightforward, but that doesn't mean it's easy. It requires a lot of attention to detail and organization in order to do it right. If you're like me and you like to listen to angry music when you're polishing paint, you like destroying scratches, you might want to switch your playlist to something a little calmer at this point. Applying a coating can be stressful because if you miss something, you'll end up with a high spot that needs to be polished off. So this isn't something you want to do with your kids running around in the garage with you or a bunch of other distractions. To be perfectly honest, while I prefer the performance of a ceramic coating, I enjoy the application process of a wax or a sealant much more. All right, good morning. It is the next morning. I was able to get the Crystal Serum Light on the car last night, so we've got the first layer on. Today, I'm gonna go straight to the EXO coating, which is the top coat. But there's a bit of a problem because one of the things that Crystal Serum Light offers in terms of protection is protection against chemicals. Well, our second layer of this ceramic coating system technically is a chemical. So this first layer is gonna be actively trying to reject the new layer that we're applying right now. It's not the end of the world. It means that we have to really be intentional with how we work it in. We have to spend some more time really working it into the surface. And it also means that it's gonna be a little bit harder to wipe off. It's gonna be really smudgy and stuff. So I've been through it before. It's a little bit of a pain depending on temperature and humidity, but that's one of the reasons why I saved it for this morning. It's a nice, cool morning here, and I think we should be good to go. So I'm gonna work through this as fast as I can. Ideally, I want to try and get this car done today because this is taking way more time than I was expecting and I got to get out of here. So let's see how much we can get done today, starting with a layer of EXO version 5. Let's go. Applying EXO is pretty much the same concept as CSL. The main differences are that I rub it onto the surface about twice as long as I do the other coating, and it takes longer to wipe it off since it just wants to push across the panel and smudge. You'll find that your towels load up with product quicker with this coating, so make sure to swap them out if they get too saturated. Now, I'm normally the first person to tell you that not every vehicle needs a ceramic coating. Some people believe that it's always the answer, and if you polish your paint nowadays, you have to coat it afterwards. I disagree. My dad and I had to have a real conversation about whether or not to coat this car because in my opinion, it's right on the borderline. It's obviously not going to see the wear and tear that a daily driver would, so I think it would be fine with just a wax. But we had to consider the role this car plays for him. He also has a Harley Davidson, which he doesn't enjoy riding in bad weather. So if they're planning on heading out of town but the forecast looks a little sketchy, that's where this car comes in. It's still enjoyable for a Sunday cruise, but if it starts raining, it won't spoil the fun. Because of that, we landed on doing a ceramic coating to make it quicker and easier to clean up so he can spend more time driving it. In my experience, this coating lasts about 5 years on a daily driver like my 4Runner and 10 years on a fair weather vehicle like my Harley. So this one will be protected for a long time. All right, the coatings are applied. I can't even hear myself talk. Coatings are applied and it's time for a coffee break. And then we gotta get started on making some contrast on this car because it doesn't just stop at the paint. There's more that we can do to make this thing look awesome. We gotta make those black plastics look really black. So we got one more coating to apply still. But first, coffee. All right, I wanna throw the wheels on so I can pull this thing out for a sun check. But before I do that, I wanna get these inner plastic fender liners nice and black looking. And if you don't have anything else to use, you can just use tire dressing or something like that for this. And it's just not gonna last quite as long and be a little bit greasier. But because we're already using a trim restorer product, then I may as well use it on this too. Plastic is plastic, right? So this is very straightforward. You just wanna put some on an applicator and wipe it on. You can level the surface afterwards with a towel if you want to, but I'm just gonna leave it because I wanna get as much on here as I can. This just makes it look nice and black and new looking. And it protects it then as well from fading and looking old and weathered. These aren't in horrible shape, so there's not a huge before and after to see here, but every little bit counts when you see in behind those nice clean wheels that are freshly ceramic coated. We want to have some contrast there. With the wheel wells all treated, it was time to put the wheels back on and get the car back down on the ground. All right, continuing on with adding the Gtechniq C4 to all of the black plastic trim on this car. As you can see, it's not in bad shape, right? Like, it doesn't really need to be restored or fixed. It's not dull or faded. This is a low mileage garage kept car. It just needs to be kind of freshened up and made black again, and obviously protected from the elements as well. So C4 is gonna do the trick. If this was like really dull and like gray colored or something, like if it just lost all of its blackness, I would use something like Solution Finish that has like an actual dye in it, but it's not needed here. One thing I have to figure out though is what I'm gonna use to get in here into all these little slots, because I want to restore this little grill piece as well, because that's gonna provide really nice contrast with the paint. But I'm gonna have to come up with something to fit into those slots because I'm not really sure how to get in there. So let's get the wiper cowl going and go from there. If you're curious, yes, you can apply a regular ceramic coating to your plastic trim, but the reason for using a dedicated coating like C4 is because it's quartz-based versus Crystal Serum Light, which is composite-based. That basically just means that it'll bond to plastic better, and it also might have a bit of a darkening agent in it as well to make your trim look richer. This helps to create really awesome contrast between the dark plastic and then the bright, shiny paint. Application, of course, is super simple. You just wipe it on, and if you want to, you can level it with a towel. Sometimes you don't need to. It's up to you. I'll call that a success. I was able to get into the little slots somewhat decently, and here's what I used. I actually took this little kitchen sponge here. I was able to just cut a chunk out of it, saturate the end with some coating. Not beautiful, not perfect, but it got the job done. So, moving on. All right, it's time for the moment of truth. The best part of a detail, and also possibly the most stressful part. I'm gonna pull it out into the sunshine and see what kind of a result we've got. All right, let's see what we got. Moment of truth. Next, we have a first-gen Tundra with only 100,000 miles on the clock. The challenge was to make it look awesome in one day. So I decided that a quick paint enhancement was just what it needed. The black paint was dull, oxidized, and swirled up, but man did it ever come out nice. This is a great example of what you can accomplish with the most beginner level of machine polishing. This is my neighbor's first-generation Toyota Tundra, and despite only having about 100,000 miles on the clock, it's starting to look a little bit dull and faded. So we have a little wager going on. Either I can transform his truck in one day, or I gotta shovel his snow all winter. Obviously, a paint correction would be the best way to make this truck shine again. But here's the thing, he uses this truck for his business, so it would be really hard to justify the time and the money that it would take to do a full-on paint correction. Instead, we're going to do what's referred to as a paint enhancement, and it's going to make it look super glossy again, except in a fraction of the time of a full paint correction. One pad, one product, one day. By the way, if you want to learn how to do this yourself, there's a link down below to my paint enhancement workshop. Go ahead and check it out. So, is it possible to transform a daily driver like this in one single day? Let's find out. Well, we're already not off to the greatest start here because despite what the forecast said, it is currently pouring rain out here at 9 a.m. So I'm gonna have to hold off on getting this thing prepped for polishing and stuff until it clears up a little bit. So what I'm gonna do is just do what I can do while I'm waiting out the rain. And I can wash it in the rain, no problem, but obviously I can't dry it and I certainly can't polish it outside in the rain. And I don't think this big girl is gonna fit in my garage here to work on it, at least not to work on it and film. So what I've done is got all my stuff ready to go. I got my buckets all filled up. I've got my leaf blower, my pressure washer all ready to go. I just got to hook it up out there. And I've got my products all ready to go here. All right, well, the weather is looking better out there now. It is officially almost 10:15. We've got a lot of catching up to do, so let's hit it hard. Let's rock and roll, baby. Actually, I ran into another delay. One of the tires had lost a bunch of air. Luckily, it was only flat on the bottom, so I pumped it up and kept going. For starters, we're of course going to give it a good wash because it's fairly dirty. We're going to clean it up. These wheels are going to be a problem because they have the typical clear coat flaking off that most of the Toyota trucks from this era do. So there's only so much we're going to be able to do with this. This brake dust is baked on pretty good. And as you can see, the clear coat is flaking off. So we got to be careful with those. We do need to clean up these wheel wells as good as we can. The way that the water is just sitting on top of this paint from the rain, all that rainwater is just kind of sitting on top. It's not beating up, it's not going anywhere. And that tells me there's not much protection on this. There's probably no wax or sealant or anything on here. So that's another big thing that we're gonna have to address, because a big part of how we're gonna get some life back into this truck is with polishing the paint. We gotta do something here because you can see we've got the usual swirls and scratches that you'd find on a gloss black vehicle like this. That's to be expected, but if you look at these fender flares, they're quite oxidized, and this is going to very quickly turn into clear coat failure if we don't kind of clean this up a little bit and more importantly, protect this. We do have some typical like scratches and scuffs from a daily driver that you see on regular vehicles, and it's going to be kind of a guessing game of whether or not what we do to polish this thing is going to pull that out or not. We're just going to, because this is a daily driver, and we're not doing a full paint correction, we're gonna buzz the whole truck down and just see what kind of results we get. Whatever we get, we get. We're not gonna chase a lot of scratches. So some of these are fairly deep. You can catch your fingernail in these. These are not gonna come out. Even with a paint correction, those probably wouldn't come out. But we can minimize them, improve them, and even fill them in temporarily with an all-in-one polish. But this is a really good candidate for a paint enhancement because there's no point in trying to remove every single scratch on this truck. It's just gonna get scratched again. This gets used as a pickup truck. But a real quick enhancement is gonna make this thing look insane. So let's get started with the wheels first. Cleaning the wheels first is always a good idea because you don't wanna get overspray from your cleaners or all the brake dust from the wheels all over your nice clean paint. So do it first so you don't have to repeat any steps in order to clean up after yourself. As I mentioned, these wheels are in tough shape. The paint is flaking off and the tires are pretty dry rotted. It's a bummer that Toyota put such a weak paint job on their wheels during this era because they were all pretty nice looking. Unfortunately, the stock wheels from my Tacoma and 4Runner did the same thing, so it's a really common issue. If he wants this truck to look its best, I'd highly recommend either refinishing these and getting new tires, or just replacing them altogether. The beauty of these old Toyotas is that the wheels are interchangeable across the models. That means you can score some on the used market with tires for pretty cheap, and depending on the design, it might actually be a bit of a custom upgrade too. I'm just going to do my best to make these look a bit better for now. Since I'm going to be polishing this paint, I need to make sure it's completely bare, so I hit it with an all-purpose cleaner to strip any waxes or oils from the surface. You can use a high pH or alkaline soap in a foam cannon if you want, but this works fine too. Just make sure you don't do this in the sun and never let it dry on the surface. It can stain plastics pretty easily. Next, it's time for everyone's favorite part, the foam cannon. And I've got a confession to make. On the scratched up daily driver, this isn't really necessary. All it does is add extra lubrication to the surface to avoid creating swirl marks, but that's not a big concern here. I just did it because it looks cool on camera and I know it's satisfying for you to watch. You gotta love tall vehicles, but remember, just because you can't reach it doesn't mean you can ignore the roof. So grab a ladder or bench or something so you can get up there. No excuses. Anyways, I'm gonna wash this thing real quick, and I've gotta be efficient so I don't waste too much time. Anytime you're going to machine polish your car, it's a good idea to clay bar it first. This removes any bonded contaminants that are stuck in the paint so your polishing pad doesn't pick them up and wreak havoc. For situations like this where I need to work fast, I like to use an auto scrub sponge from Nanoskin. I find it quicker and easier to use when I'm trying to save time. I'll still use traditional clay for more sensitive projects though. Now, I can't blow dry this thing effortlessly like I could if it was ceramic coated, but this is still helpful to get rid of any water that's trapped in the cracks and crevices. It can be pretty annoying to have water dripping down panels of a vehicle while you're trying to polish it. After this, I wiped it down with a drying towel since the water is just sitting flat on the bare paint now. Alright, so now the truck is nice and clean and we have revealed the condition of the paint underneath everything. And needless to say, the truck could use a good polish. It's very dull and cloudy and swirled up, as you would expect for an older black truck that sits outside and is used daily. Nothing out of the norm, but definitely lots of room for improvement here. I think I'll also put some kind of treatment on this black plastic on this bumper here as well to spruce that up after we're done polishing the paint, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Anyways, the truck is nice and clean, but we got a lot of work to do. I think first I'm gonna have a little lunch break. That's a good idea. All right, so I just finished a little lunch and coffee break. I was watching Vin's latest video here on the new Mustangs. It's a good one. If you like Mustangs, check it out. So now it's time to get going on polishing. And here's the stuff I'm gonna be using. The key to the success here is I'm using an all-in-one polish. And this is my all-in-one polish of choice. This is 3D Speed. This stuff is fantabulous. Awesome stuff. So if you're not familiar, it's called a one-step correction glaze, but essentially what this is I think 10% cut, like of a compound, 20% polish, and then 70% wax or sealant or protection. It's Monton wax in here. So this is gonna also have a bit of a darkening agent, and it's gonna make the truck look nice and jet black again. This stuff is a miracle worker. So I like to obviously apply it by machine. This is my Griot's Garage G21. This is a long throw polisher. And then I like to use a heavier duty foam cutting pad like this from Lake Country. So what I think I'm gonna do is, I'm really curious what kind of results we're gonna get on this. I'm gonna do a little test spot on the side of this truck, then I'll set you up and you can follow me around and we'll go through the entire truck and polish it all up. All right, quick time check. We are at 1:18 p.m. Let's keep going. All right, you guys saw how quickly I worked that little spot, and look at the difference here. It's gonna be hard to show it because I'm working outside, but check this out. You can just see, first of all, the amount of gloss and reflection in that, and over here is where I haven't been yet. You see how gray and cloudy that is? And look at how clear that is now. Let's take a look with the correction light here though, and this is not ideal because you need to be able to see this indoors, but this is the before. See all the swirl marks and the scratches? That's the line of the cutoff of where I have been and where I haven't, and look at that. Not bad for the amount of work you just saw me put in that. How long was that, like 2 minutes, 3 minutes? That is a before and after if you ask me. So, I'm gonna run through the entire truck with that exact same process and move as quickly as I can, and this thing's gonna look amazing. Before polishing a panel, make sure to wipe it down with a paint prep product or isopropyl alcohol diluted 50/50. This will remove any remaining oils or residues left behind after the wash process, so your polishing pad doesn't get clogged up with junk. I'm doing 3 section passes per panel and I'm moving pretty quickly. The goal here is to gloss the paint up, not chase every single scratch as if I was doing a paint correction. Keep in mind though that the slower you go, the more scratches you'll remove. But in this case, speed is the name of the game. No pun intended. Normally, polishing a car outside is not a great idea, but since this product is so forgiving, we can bend the rules a little bit. Wipe off is effortless even when I've used it in direct sunshine. Oh wow, look at the difference this made to these oxidized fender flares. This almost looked like clear coat failure, like it was too far gone, and it's right back to be a nice black glossy paint again. Perfect. Just what we're looking for here. So now some of this stuff we're not gonna be able to remove. Like this deeper scratch here, you can feel it. I think that's even been touched up with some clear coat or something. And some of this crash damage over here, that's not gonna clear up either. So we're just gonna gloss up the main stuff as much as we can and see what kind of result we can get. All right, time for a quick time check. What are we at? 4 o'clock. I gotta do this passenger bedside still, and then I can run down the driver's side of the truck real quick, and we are done polishing. She's looking good. All right, time check. What are we at? 4:11. So I just finished this whole passenger side of the truck and it's looking great. Front is done, top is done, this whole side is done. Look at that, look at the reflections. Now we're talking. This is looking like a proper Toyota truck now. All right, polishing is complete and it is, what time is it? It is 10 to 5, but we are not out of the woods yet. Polishing is done, that's a big part of what we're doing. But we got a little bit more to do. I want to obviously do something with the tires, get them nice and black. I want to put some dressing in the wheel wells, and I want to do something with the plastic trim. So I'm going to jump on that real quick right now. If you're gonna have shiny paint, you've gotta have nice dark trim to go along with it. I'm using lithium trim serum here, and while it doesn't last as long as a ceramic trim coating, it does pretty well. I also decided last minute to buff the chrome bumper really quick to see if I can get it to shine more. It helped a bit. All right, here's the end result. And it might not be at the same level of scratch removal as a full-on paint correction, but if all you want to do is make your vehicle look glossy, this is a quick and easy thing that you can do. It is now 10 to 6 p.m. and with all of the tribulations that I had today with the weather and the flat tires and stuff, I was still able to get this done in, what is that, like 7 hours, 8 hours? And that's while filming too. This process is perfect for daily drivers or other vehicles that get used and abused, but you still want to kind of shine them up afterwards. And while paint correction requires certain skill set, and there's always that risk of causing damage, this can be done by pretty much anybody. And finally, I had to save the longest one for last, just in case you don't sit through it all. I spent 71 hours detailing my MR2. This was by far my biggest project on YouTube to date, as well as the most extensive video I've ever created. In it, I tell the entire story of all the work that was done, as well as share the thought process and all of the emotions that were going through my head as I realized how important this car is to my family. There's some pretty unique detailing strategies in this one too, like literally waxing it by hand. And I've been told that it's caused some people to even shed a tear or two. So for those of you that have been asking to see more of the MR2 on the channel lately, here's over an hour and a half of intricate details, along with my thought process as I work through it. Enjoy. I'm choosing to jack the car up and clean the wheel wells out in the driveway because I'm going to be rolling around on my garage floor working on other parts of the car, so I don't feel like flooding my floor with a pressure washer. It might seem redundant to take the wheels off twice, but it made sense to me. Let's get the elephant out of the room right away, because I can hear your little fingies typing your comments already. Why are you cleaning an already clean car? Well, there are two reasons. First of all, cars always look way better on camera than they do in real life. I can assure you that this car has a thick layer of dirt and dust on it in person, but that's just a trust me bro, I guess. And second, we all have different interpretations of what clean is, depending on the vehicle and the way that it's used. The condition of the MR2 in these before shots here would be considered pretty clean for our Tacoma or our 4Runner, but they're daily drivers that sit outside and they get pretty dirty. Now, I want to get this car as show quality as possible for my own enjoyment, and that means deep cleaning what you might consider an already clean car. Some of you might not care about swirl marks and scratches, and that's cool, I'm happy for you. But there are other people like myself that have a trained eye to spot every little blemish, and taking things to a crazy level like this is enjoyable for us. Since I know the car is going to be sitting for a while after washing it, I'll drive it back and forth a bit to help dry off the brakes so that the rotors don't turn bright orange with rust. Now, as soon as you hit the brakes when you drive it, that rust just flies right off anyways, but then it's going to get thrown onto the nice clean wheels or onto the paint or something. So it just makes more sense to me to just kind of dry them off as much as I can before I park the car. Progress on this job is already pretty slow. In typical fashion, I planned out tasks for each day, and that went out the window on day one. What was I thinking? I have so many more distractions and responsibilities now compared to when I used to polish cars. 20-year-old me would have knocked this out in 3 or 4 days. This is going to take triple that. That's okay. It'll take however long it takes. While my top priorities have changed since my simpler single life, it's still my duty to preserve this car. It's not just my car anymore. It belongs to my family, my son. It's my job to make it survive long enough for him to be able to experience it. This isn't just a car. It's a family member. All right, day 2, and this is gonna be a bit of a short one. I was tied up this morning with some other stuff going on, and my little guy was up quite a bit in the night last night. So to be honest, I'm not feeling especially energetic today. So we're gonna pick up with the car, we're gonna do some clay barring. I don't think it's gonna need much. And ideally, I would like to jack it back up, take the wheels off for the second time, and this time I'll do a deep cleaning on the wheels. So we'll see how far we make it today. Again, I'm feeling kind of under the weather, so If I have a early finish, not the end of the world, and we'll pick back up on it tomorrow for a full day, finally. This car doesn't really sit outside, so it won't have much contamination stuck in the paint. Normally, I wouldn't want to risk marring the paint with a clay bar unless it was 100% necessary. But in this case, I'll be polishing the paint afterwards anyways, which will take care of all that. Also, you can see that this is single stage paint. That red on the clay bar is actually the paint from the car coming off. Don't worry, that's normal. The car runs super rich at times, so there's always this carbon buildup on the rear bumper by the exhaust, and part of me is kind of proud of it, kind of race car style, but in this case, it does need to get cleaned up. So using the clay bar minimized it by quite a bit, but this is going to require some more work. Getting this car up on 4 jack stands is a little time consuming due to its low clearance and the fact that the gritty side skirts wrap around the bottom of the rockers. You actually have to cut chunks out of them to be able to reach those jacking points, which means you're kind of restricted with where you can jack the car. A hoist would make this a lot easier, but hey, we work with what we got. Obviously, the faces of these Volk wheels look really good still, considering they're roughly like 18, 19 years old. The inner barrels didn't fare as well. Back when this car was originally built, I didn't understand the importance of cleaning the brake dust off inside here, so the brake dust has baked on over time. Alright, well that's a wrap for day 2, and we're off to a little bit of a slow start at first there, but it did pick up. So we ended up getting everything done that we wanted to. We got the car clay barred, and the wheels are now deep cleaned inside and out. I don't think I've ever cleaned the backside of these wheels that thoroughly before. Fronts I always kept clean, but the backs were years and years of brake dust. Not perfect, we still have some more work to do back there. I'm gonna see if I can get them a little bit gooder. They're not gonna be brand new. These wheels were from 2005. So, you know, you gotta manage your expectations, but definitely a big improvement and ready for ceramic coating after we do a little bit of polishing to them. But I think I'm gonna cut it there. I'm gonna call it a day, and I'll pick back up tomorrow. I love spending time out here. I know this garage is nothing special, but I feel so fortunate to have a place to work comfortably, be alone with my thoughts, but still be readily available if they need me in the house. All right, day 3, and quick alcohol wipe down just to remove any remaining residue from the clay bar process. And now it's time to take a really close look at the car and inspect the condition of the paint, find things that need to be fixed, find things that I need to be careful of that have potential to cause more damage if I hit them with a machine, and overall kind of guess the history of the car, even though in this case it's my own car. I already know all the stories, but if this was a customer car, somebody else, then this is a very important time to put together a case of what's going on with that specific car and what kind of help it needs. All right, it's paint inspection time. We're gonna be using my Heartbreaker light, and this is gonna show us scratches and swirls that are present in the paint. So let's take a really close look at what we've got going on here. You wanna pay attention to basically the actual light source. I'm not looking at the reflections or anything like that. We're looking at the actual beam of the light in here. And as you can see, it is Swirl Mark City. This hood, I think, is probably the worst on the whole car. We've got pretty gnarly looking stone chip there. It's gonna have to be touched up. Actually, you know what? This driver's fender, it doesn't look that bad. It definitely could use an increase in clarity, but not many swirl marks or anything in there. A couple deeper scratches that are left behind from previous polishing attempts. Some right there. A couple deeper nicks, nothing major. And of course we've got, further down we go, we've got more swirl marks onto the door. Typical swirls, loss of clarity. The door doesn't look too bad either, actually. Definitely have a lot of scratches and swirl marks on the door handle here. And also, I don't know if you can see, inside the door handle in here has a lot of, from fingernails hitting this when you reach in. It's common, pretty much every car has that. Some tape lines along this molding, and I think that that is just compound because this is single stage paint. There's not gonna be a hard cutoff line of a clear coat because this car shouldn't have any clear coat on it. However, I do know that this driver's side rear quarter has been repainted. This is not the original paint on this. How do I know that? Well, again, we've got more tape lines along the wing here. We'll have to do some toothpicking to touch that up. But if you come up here, we will see right there. That's a blend mark. So that tells me this is original paint up here on the roof, and it came down the C-pillar, and right there is where they blew in their repair job. Not a great job done there. They could have done that better. The other reason that I know that this quarter panel has been painted is it's easier to notice when the wheels are on the car, but this little corner right here is actually bent in compared to the passenger side here. It sits flush across this way. And again, it's more noticeable when the wheels are on the car because you have more of a reference point. But if you look there, you can see it is bent in a little bit. So I believe that this car has had an impact on this driver's side rear quarter, and it's been fixed decently, but not amazing. Looks like we got another stone chip down here. Coming around, I need to do a little bit more tidying up on this inner lip here because most of this is stone chips, but there is a little bit of tar and stuff stuck on there. Maybe hit that with a clay bar and tidy that up a little bit extra. Let's come around up here while we're on this side. And this, I would say, kind of matches the hood in terms of the swirl marks and the finish. Not great, definitely needs some work. Same with this little front section in front of the T-tops, and then down it's going to be 1-inch polisher in here in between the trim pieces. Side mirrors they could use a little bit of clarity for sure. We've got some leftover compound or wax or something in the letters of the mirror. Hopefully we can clean that up a little bit. Again, all of the top surfaces, so like the top down, hood, engine lid, trunk lid, roof, they all kind of match. They have the worst swirl marks and scratches. Coming back around, you can see here we've got some cracking. It's like a spider web. That's an impact. It has shrunk and popped back out. That's what causes that. And back here, trunk lid looks decent. Again, mostly clarity. You have to do some
finger polishing around the MR2 badge here. These taillights look like crap. They're oxidized in the inside corners here, so I'm gonna need to restore these and polish these up. That does not look great at all, so we need to work on that. And some more scratches, and this is a bigger scar right here. So this car got rear-ended because I was driving one day, I was at a stop sign, and a lady bumped right into the back of me, and she just wasn't paying attention. It was just a really light tap, but the car was rear-ended. So that's what caused that. That's what caused the kind of the shrink cracking in the paint on the other side. This bumper has been bumped. Deeper scratch here that has already been touched up. Nothing I can do about that. That's a really deep one. There are a couple of deeper scratches that have the edges rounded off that I had polished this before, and that's as far as I could take it. A few years ago, a garage door hit. It broke and landed on top of the back of the car, left some big scuffs in the spoiler and a big one on the trunk lid. I'm trying to find, yeah, there's some bigger ones in there. That is too far gone. Nothing I can do about that. This door is a little bit more swirled up than the other side was. Once again, we need to do quite a bit of work on that door handle, probably some finger polishing and stuff. Another interesting thing is these trim pieces on the door, the window seal. You can see it's, that looks like wear to me. It looks kind of oxidized, but also maybe just worn right out. I'm gonna see what I can do about maybe polishing that by hand and bringing that back with a little compound or something. You can see here, it's supposed to be shiny black plastic like that. And you come around, you can see it's just beaten down by the sunshine. Realistically, it should probably be replaced. If I could find these trim pieces available, maybe I would do that. I'll see if I can save them first, because that's kind of the name of the game with these classic cars. Another ugly tape line here, we'll get that with a toothpick. Some deeper scratches on this door, but kind of matches the rest of the car. This mirror is kind of faded. This is almost the wrong shade of red. I don't know if that's been painted before or something. Once again, we have really ugly rubbing compound or wax or something stuck in those letters. Try and clean that up. Here, this is something very interesting to me. That looks to me like another blend mark. So we're gonna have to investigate this panel further because that's new to me. I haven't noticed that before. That looks just like the blend mark on the C-pillar, which leads me to believe that this passenger front fender has had some kind of paint work done to it. So we'll take some paint depth readings next with a gauge and investigate further. This front bumper, I already know what I'm gonna find. It is clapped out. It is beat up. Especially this front lip. This front lip has a story. It's got many, many stone chips, scratches. Actually has chunks taken right out of it where the paint has been ripped right off. I'm gonna see what I can do about filling those in and touching them up as much as I can, at least the bigger ones. I think I'm gonna pull this badge off so that I can polish in behind there a little more thoroughly. Okay, lights back on. Time for some paint readings. Let's get the gauge out and take a look at how thin this paint is. All right, so for starters, we wanna get an idea of paint thickness. Go into a door jamb. And this is where we're gonna start to do our investigation, because typically inside the doors and the door jambs is always the thinnest paint, because manufacturers know they don't have to spray too much in here. It doesn't see the elements, so they just do the bare minimum to save costs. So you can see we're averaging, I would say, like maybe high 80s in there. And if that's the thinnest paint, then we need to make sure the rest of this car, we don't want to polish anything that is in the, mid 80s, low 90s. So we'll go around and check each panel individually. So this is, the side of the hood is between 110, 130 microns. That's fairly normal, that's not bad. I really want to see what's going on here with this fender though, because I have reason to believe this might have paint work. So on this side of the blend mark, we're in the 130s. It's getting thicker and thicker as we head this direction. 193, 218. Okay, so
Something has definitely happened on this fender. High 200s. Wow, that's over 1,000 microns. 500. So typically when you see something thicker, that's too thick for the gauge to even read right there. So this area, for some reason, is super thick. And this is magnetic, this reads off of the metal. So this includes primer, paint, etc. It also includes Bondo and filler. And that, when you see, like typically aftermarket paint is gonna be thicker than factory paint because it's applied by hand. But when you see a really thick spot, there's probably body filler in here. So something happened on this corner of this front fender. And then they sprayed it and they blended it in over here to make it blend in with the panel beside it so you don't see a sharp cutoff line like I have on my Tacoma. So in real time, guys, I just found out that my car has more paint work done to it than I originally knew about. This is exactly why it's important to do your investigation before you polish a car. Let's come up here onto the top. 113. It's getting pretty thin. 102. You can see in most spots on this rear quarter, it's actually twice as thick as the rest of the car. So we know there's been paint work on this rear fender. Remember, this is where the blend mark is up here. Ooh, 97. Oh boy. That's barely thicker than the door jamb. 96. 81. Holy cow. Well, we got a problem here, guys. This is too thin in some spots to safely do a paint correction. If I buzz the paint down too thin after polishing it again, there's nothing left. Every time you polish a car, you're removing some paint. When you remove a scratch, you're not pulling it out of the paint. You're finding the lowest part of the scratch and taking a layer of the paint surrounding it down until it's flush, and then the scratch disappears. So you're removing paint every time you polish your car. Realistically, this car is not safe to do a paint correction on. So now I gotta figure out what the heck I'm gonna do, because do I leave it looking like this with the crappy swirl marks and everything, that every time the sun hits it, it looks horrible? Or do I risk destroying my paint job and having to respray this car? I gotta figure this out. We have very, very thin paint in some spots. In some spots, it's just as thin as the door jamb, which is a 100% no-go for paint correction. Other spots are safe enough that I could compound and polish if I wanted to. The other issue is that this car has incredibly soft single stage paint. You can scratch it just by rubbing your fingertip on it. So that means that if it's really soft, we'll remove it at a very fast rate. Normally, I would use a sort of a two-step process. I would start with a compound, something like this, Meguiar's M100 and a microfiber pad or wool pad, and follow that up with a gentle refining polish like M205 here. Two-stage process. Then after that, you'd have to either wax it, seal it, put a ceramic coating on. The other option here is I have lithium seal and squeal. This is considered like a cleaner wax, an all-in-one polish, if you will. Most people would apply this by hand. It's like a wax that cleans the paint while you wax a little bit. So it's more than just a wax. And I actually spoke to a rep at Lithium who told me that this is actually formulated to work really good on single stage paints, which is a perfect fit. Normally, this is not gonna fix your swirls and scratches very much, especially if you apply it by hand. However, I'm thinking outside of the box here. I'm thinking off-label usage. Because this paint is so sensitive, as soon as I touch it with a machine polisher, no matter what I put on there, it's gonna have a certain level of correction just because it's so easy to scratch. So I think the machine action, followed by there is some abrasion in the pad itself, with a really gentle product like this, might actually give me paint correction results, but all in one step. So the other benefit is I can wipe the car one less time, because when I wipe this off, it's now protected, it's done. The issue is I don't know what kind of result this is gonna give me. I don't know if this is gonna do a good enough job at fixing all the scratches and the swirls, that, especially on the hood of the car and on the roof. I am in one dilly of a pickle here, friends. My gut tells me leave it up to the car. Let's see how the car responds. The car is gonna tell me what it needs in order to look good. So we're gonna start with the least aggressive method. Let's throw this on a polishing, like a foam pad, nice and gentle, slower speeds, and see what kind of a correction we get out of it. And if it's not good enough, we've got no choice but to step it up to something more aggressive. I definitely won't use something like M100. This is a machine gun. We're looking for more of a sniper rifle here, I think. So yeah, let's see what happens with a quick test. That's how you know you got single stage paint. It's gonna look like a dang bloodbath in here. All right, test results are in, and I'll show you what we've got so far. So I just polished kind of this section right here. And actually you'll see I pulled the washer fluid nozzles just so I can polish straight across that instead of trying to tape them off and go around them. So the problem is the front end of this car is kind of peppered with like millions of tiny little stone chips. So you can see kind of over here, swirl marks, scratches, haziness. And then here it's a little more crisp and all you see is just the stone chips, I guess you can say. So this isn't a real correction. It's more just an improvement, but it's an improvement that I can do many times to this car without fear of burning through the paint. So I feel like in terms of longevity, this is maybe the smarter move. All right, a little pro tip for you guys here. Just tape off each individual panel that you're working on. You don't have to tape off the whole entire car because A, you're only polishing in one spot at a time, and B, this is gonna keep your garbage can from filling up with huge clumps of tape because you can actually reuse it then. Before I get going on the roof there, check this out. I found my old detailing notes from like 9 or 10 years ago. This is my old detailing notebook. That was an NSX. Good project right there. Looks pretty good. I'm gonna hit it one more time with the 1-inch right here. Got a little bit more to do, a little bit of oxidation along this kind of leading edge here. One more quick pass, let's see what we can do with that. See, we still have the blend mark here, but there's not much we can do about that. I don't want to push that too hard. We also got up onto this top little shelf. Nice and consistent so it matches the rest of the bigger panels. Give you an idea of before and after. This is obviously freshly polished, and this is still all swirled up and scratched. So we're gonna move here next. Onto the engine lid, and I'm gonna be using the 3-inch pad around this top part here, and then I can use the larger pad down here, no problem. But the issue here is that while I can fit the 3-inch in this section, my concern is getting tight to this side here, as well as polishing the inside of this, like sort of buttress, whatever you want to call it. So my answer is I think I'm gonna remove these side panels, and then I can polish this off the car, and I can get in below this edge so I can polish further than where this cutoff is to keep the correction nice and tight. So you're not gonna see, you know, either a little bit of remaining scratches and dullness where the pad won't reach, or the worst case would be if the backing plate, like this part right here, if that is bumping up against the inside panel here, it's actually gonna cause damage along this inside edge. So take this off real quick. I guess I should probably show you the tools that I'm using here, the polishers. My main bread and butter, as usual, is the Griot's Garage G21. This is a long throw, big 21 millimeter orbit. This is obviously a dual action machine. I'm using the largest pads that I have, which are, I think these are 7 inches. I could be wrong. I believe they're 7 inches. The idea is I want to basically spread out the residue as much as possible, because residue is abrasive, just like a hardcore compound. So I'm trying to be as gentle with this as possible. So I'm trying to use this everywhere I can on the car as much as possible, because with a dual action machine, the larger the pad, the less aggressive it is. So for the tighter spots and the edges and stuff, this is a old school Griot's Garage short throw polisher. And I've converted this down to a 3-inch backing plate so I can use these smaller 4-inch pads. And then also we got the Rupes iBrid Nano. This is my little 1-inch polisher. Comes in very handy for the small spots. And you can see by all of the bloodshed on these pads that even though this is essentially like a cleaner wax or an all-in-one polish, it is still removing material, because the red is coming from the car and it is now on my polishing pads. So it just goes to show how cautious you have to be with this kind of stuff. Let's take a look at, I just finished the hood here, what the end result looks like, and I'm pleased with that. I think for original single stage, especially really soft single stage, I think that's good. I'm gonna leave it with that. Gotta get to my happy place. Gotta get to my happy place. All right, 9 degrees, I don't know. I told myself that I was gonna wait till the winter time to turn this heater on up here, but why not be comfortable while I'm working? Why not just do it now? It's a cold, rainy day out there, so I'm doing it. Just to warm it up a little bit. I'm just polishing the exhaust by hand because it really doesn't have a ton of oxidation built up. It's mostly just water spots. I found that the metal polish was leaving behind a little bit of residue, so you'll see me spraying a rinseless wash on it afterwards. This seemed to give a slightly shinier end result. When you look through the wheel well, you can see the other side of the muffler, so that means it needs to be polished too. You can hear the torrential downpour hitting the roof of the garage. Definitely a good day to be working inside. Once again, the backside of the exhaust can be seen through the other wheel well, so it needs to be tidied up too. Not a huge before and after result here, but it looks better. The rest of the exhaust, however, is looking awesome now. This will complement the freshly polished paint nicely. Alright, so we do have to kind of manage our expectations here with these wheel wells because this is an old car with an old build on it. We're not going to get a perfect result. These coilovers were used when I bought them, so they were already a little bit corroded and torn up. And, you know, like the underbody is just, it's old. So I'm working my way out. I'm starting from the inside and I'm spraying Meguiar's Hyper Dressing. This is going to dress all of this stuff. This is a water-based dressing, so it's not going to stain or attract too much dirt or anything to anything. So I'm going to spray this on pretty good and get in everywhere with it. And then once I make a nice mess with this stuff, I'm going to try and clean up after myself a little bit here, work my way outwards. So I got a bunch on this coil over. This needs to be wiped off, and as well these parts that I'm going to be polishing. So I'm going to let the rest of this just kind of drip and let it run down. It's going to look kind of runny, look kind of crappy. As you can see, it's kind of like a milky consistency. That's okay. I'm just going to let it work its way in, dry up a little bit, and then I'll come in and knock down a little bit of the wetness. Now we're going to jump into some metal polishing here, just a little bit on the coilover. There's only so much you can do, but I do want to see if I can improve it a little bit. It's a little bit difficult when I'm trying to look past a GoPro in front of my eyes, but as usual, guys, I'm doing what I can to get you guys some entertaining content in hopes that maybe someday we become great friends and you buy a t-shirt from me. You know? I don't ask for much. So I'm just gonna get in here and hand polish as much as I can.
This is not a concourse job by any means. Now at this point, once that hyper dressing has had a chance to kind of run into all the cracks and stuff that I want it to seep into, at least this plastic part, this inner fender liner, I'm gonna just wipe this down gently just to knock it down a little bit so it's not just super wet and dripping, as well as anywhere else where it's kind of pooling. I don't want it just to keep on dripping on everything. To get a little bit more of a consistent finish. It's less streaky this way. All the textured stuff, I'm just gonna let that dry. It has a bit of a white look to it right now, but it will dry and then it's just gonna have sort of a satin finish. So I think we'll leave it here like this. It's important to do this kind of stuff to create contrast, especially when we can't polish the paint to perfection on a project like this. We wanna have the blacks as black and clean as possible so that in comparison, the paint looks as bright and shiny as possible. Kind of tricks your eyes a little bit. Next, seems like a bit of a wasted step, but it is getting some results here. I'm just gonna clay the inside of these side skirts a little bit because there is a little bit of tar and contaminant stuck on here, so it helps to be able to pull it off a little bit with the clay bar. As you can see, it's still, it's not super great, so one last attempt. What we're gonna do is a little bit of polish. We're gonna polish by hand in here just to see if we can tidy it up a little bit. So here's the end result. We're not looking at perfection here by any means, but it does look quite a bit better, much more tidy and looked after. This is going to create a nice amount of contrast, maybe behind the wheel, because these wheels are large 5 spokes, so you can see past them and you can see in behind here. So this needs to be clean, black, and polished if possible. So I think we're at the point of diminishing returns. I could spend more time on this trying to get things as perfect as possible, but at some point you have to move on. So I think I have all 4 wheel wells done, and we're gonna call this good and move on to the next project. The engine bay hadn't really been touched for quite a while, so it had some dirt and grime built up on it. On a regular modern car, I have no problem hitting it with a pressure washer and scrubbing away. But this car has 2 things going against it. It's old, and it's highly modified with aftermarket parts. I don't have a ton of confidence in it being waterproof, unlike a modern car, so I'm going to use a steam cleaner instead. This is a much slower process, but it allows me to avoid introducing too much moisture into the engine bay. I'm using the same Meguiar's hyper dressing that I used in the wheel wells with the same technique too. Spray everything down, then wipe it off any places that I don't want it. The intake and intercooler piping are all powder coated, so I polish them by hand with a little compound to spruce them up a little bit.
The final touch was to do some metal polishing on the intake manifold, fuel rail, fuel pressure regulator, throttle body, and the wastegate. The KO Racing fan shroud had a ton of grime built up on it, so I actually wiped it down with a degreaser first before following up with a glass cleaner to get back to a mirror finish. The end result is a clean but honest engine bay. This car has always had more of an industrial looking bay rather than like a fancy show car style wire tuck with fresh paint and everything, so I think this look suits it pretty well. Well, I have run into a little bit of a problem here, and that's normal for this kind of work. You know, you kind of have to roll with the punches, especially with an older car like this. The end result that I got on this rear passenger fender is awesome. Super happy with it. I think it looks fantastic, really. Better than I was expecting, which is great. But this door, I haven't worked on this yet, and I'm looking at it, and I already can tell that the process that I'm using on the rest of the car is not gonna get me a good result here. This, for some reason, the panels in this car are pretty inconsistent. Some of them are fairly scratch-free, and others, like this one, are in much worse shape. So unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to whip out the compound and a microfiber cutting pad on this, just for this door, and then I'm gonna do a second step to follow up with that, with the process that I'm doing on the rest of the car to use as sort of like a refinement step, because the more aggressive compounding is gonna create more of a haze and leave it behind. So I'm gonna have to polish out the clarity of that after the fact, but there's too many deeper scratches in this door for me to just leave it the way that it is and just make this a shiny version of what it is. I'm gonna add a little bit of extra time to the job here, but I'm gonna buzz this down pretty quick. I'm gonna go as mild with it as possible, so I'm gonna be moving fast, trying to avoid as much heat as I can. And I measured it again with the depth gauge to make sure that I have enough material here to work with, and it is fairly safe to polish this door. So we're gonna go ahead and get this looking proper, because it's still, I understand I've got to manage my expectations here. I'm not chasing perfection on this car, but it does still have to be done properly. And if I'm gonna put my name on it, I want to be proud of the end result, and I'm not gonna be proud if this door is not done right. Here you can see the haze that's left behind from the compounding process. In order to be aggressive enough to remove the scratches, it also leaves a cloudy finish. So it'll get taken care of by a second step of polishing or refinement to bring back the gloss and essentially repair the minor damage that I had to create in order to remove the scratches. Now we're talking. Oh, yes. Here's some real-world detailing that not a lot of people talk about. Sometimes you find yourself laying on your back on a cement floor for hours in order to get a good look at certain panels from the proper angle. Needless to say, a hoist would definitely be a nice thing to have. I'm not showing a whole ton of the polishing process because it gets a little mundane and boring to watch, but this accounts for the vast majority of the time spent on a project like this. I was hoping the fibers of a cutting pad would pull some of the old wax and compound out of the letters on the mirrors here, but it looks like I'll be coming back here with a toothache later. At this point, I was running pretty far behind schedule, so I decided to come back out here to work later into the night in hopes of catching up. These door handles were pretty badly scratched, so they required some heavier compounding. I tried to fit my 1-inch polisher in where I could, but in the end, I had to finger polish inside with a towel. Time consuming, but it's effective. This is clearly a stock body car. It doesn't have any aftermarket fender flares or wide body or anything like that, right? But you can kind of see how the fenders still flare out a bit, which creates sort of a valley around them. I had to use a smaller 3-inch pad in order to reach in tight there. This is a good example of how the size of your machine that you need to use isn't solely decided by the physical space that you have to fit it into. Sometimes it's a matter of getting enough surface area on a contour. There's something so rewarding about polishing a car. Turning something from oxidized, dull, and scratched into a fresh, glossy finish is incredibly satisfying. The buffer drowns out the constant noise of real life. It's one of the few times I can forget about my problems or my stressors. Just focus on the task at hand, bring clarity back to this paint job by working inch by inch. Time almost stands still, which is something I always wish for in my life. I need to find a pause button so I can stop and catch my breath. I guess this is the closest I can get to that. I could attempt to polish inside the badges with my fingertip, but there's no way to get in there properly for a good result. So off they come. This will allow me to polish right across the flat panel. These came off pretty easy with a heat gun and some fishing line. Gotta be careful not to overheat the surrounding paint, burn the emblem, or even break it while trying to peel it off. These are hard to find, and if you do, they're pretty expensive to replace. The result after using the 7-inch pad was decent, but I wanted to get it even better. So I stepped down to the 3-inch for another pass, and man, it made a big difference. Remember that with a dual action machine, the smaller the pad, the more aggressive it cuts. I replaced the old adhesive with 3M automotive grade double-sided tape and put it back on. Originally, I had tape on the bumper to help center it when I reinstalled the badge, but I had forgotten that these have locating pins on them, so that wasn't an issue at all. You might be wondering why I'm not using one of those eraser wheels on a drill. That's because this paint is so sensitive, it would definitely cause damage that I would need to polish out. Instead, I continue to heat it up and pull at it carefully with a plastic razor blade. This is tedious, but it's a safer method in this case. Alright, originally I was only going to take this Toyota badge off the back here because these ones I was a little bit concerned about if they were going to break coming off, because they are kind of known for breaking fairly easily, but they're actually coming off really easy. I got this one off already. So what I'm doing is I'm heating the badge up with a heat gun, using fishing line to carefully scrape it away, and then pulling the emblem off, and then I'm taking the remaining adhesive off with, again, the heat gun and this little plastic razor blade here. To avoid scratching the paint as much as possible. Unfortunately, it is kind of inevitable, but the good news is I'm doing this because I'm going to compound and polish behind here. So these little nicks that you can see, I don't know if this is showing up on camera, this is just from the fishing line. That's how soft this paint is. Just from rubbing it against there trying to get the badge off. But again, I'm going to be polishing this all up nicely. So. Peeling off the remaining old adhesive from the back of the badges was time consuming, and once again, I had to be super careful to avoid breaking them. So I grabbed a coffee and took my time. Shout out to Jim at White Details. Check out his channel if you love watching these detailing videos. Alright, so here we have our freshly polished and retaped badges. So you can see I've got some nice automotive grade 3M double-sided tape on the back here. So we can just peel this off. And there we go. Just like a brand new badge from Toyota, except it's the original one. Ta-da! Alright, time for the satisfying part. Alright, I'm going to show you why you take the badges off to do stuff like that. See how we've got tight in between the letters? You can never do that with just finger polishing or a toothpick or hopes and dreams 1-inch polisher. It's just not going to happen. You can't get into those tight corners. So the idea is you take the badge off and then you have a nice flat surface all the way across to polish, and then this is the end result. You get something that many people are not willing to do. And it all matters. Alright, well, that is a wrap for polishing the paint on the MR2 here, and you'd think that we would be pretty much done then, right? Put it all back together, let's go have some fun, enjoy the car, but we got a lot more work still to do. I'm going to take a break from polishing paint though. I'm going to do the wheels next. I'm going to clean up the wheels, polish, ceramic coat them, get them back on the car. And then we're going to do some polishing again. Door jams, stuff like that. Here, I'll show you. If it's red, it needs to be polished. So I'm going to get rule of 1-inch in here, up in the door jamb. Also, these types of spots in here, as well as in here. But we're going to take a break from staring at red paint for a little while and jump on some wheels. You probably think I'm crazy for polishing my wheels, and you'd probably be right. But there are a couple reasons why I'm polishing them, and it's not just about removing scratches. Polishing will indeed bring back some gloss and clarity, but the main reason is because the scrubbing action will deep clean them so that they're prepped for ceramic coating. Remember, these wheels have been uncoated for over 18, 19 years, and I need to get them as clean as possible before applying a coating to them. Well, we've got an unseasonably nice day here today, and as much as I would love to open up the big garage door and let all that nice warm air come in, we got also a pretty strong wind blowing leaves up the driveway, potentially into the garage, which is obviously not helpful for detailing. So, windows open, best I can do, and no complaints, because anytime you can wear a t-shirt and shorts in November, you're doing pretty good. So, today, I'm going to get on ceramic coating these wheels, and I'm going to be using my favorite ceramic coating for wheels, which is Gtechniq C5. This stuff is great, super easy to apply. It's basically wax on, wax off, but ceramic coating version. I'm going to be polishing the strut tower bars as well and ceramic coating them with the same coating as well. I'm also going to be polishing up these lug nuts as well because I feel like there's some room for improvement there. These are pretty unique TRD lug nuts. Whether they're actual real TRD parts or not, they're from Magard, and I'm not sure. I got them from a Chinese Toyota dealership many years ago. So I don't know if you know anything about these. Are they legit? I have questions, but they look nice. They look really nice with the wheels. So polish those up. Plan is to get the wheels back on the car today because I'm sick of it looking like a spaceship. So let's get to work. Well, I thought I had turned a corner and I was putting parts back on the car finally because I just put the wheels back on and they're looking fantastic, by the way. But I find myself going down the rabbit hole again, and I'm planning on cleaning, polishing, and coating the TRD cross brace in the engine bay. So if I'm gonna do that, I may as well do the front strut tower bar too. So I'm gonna take this off real quick, clean it up, polish it up, ceramic coat it, and then they'll be ready to go back on. Also, we still have these little trim panels that go on the side of the engine lid. I need to polish those up before I put them back on the car. And then a little bit more polishing work to do. I gotta clean up the lights. So all that's left to do is everything. Car's looking good though. Onto the taillights, and you can see the one on the left is dull and hazy. It almost has like a white tinge to it. The one on the right has a rich, glossy look to it. Here's how I did it. I started out polishing by hand because the worst of the cloudiness was tight inside the edge. Then I worked my way out from the edge with a 1-inch microfiber cutting pad and some compound. Finally, I hit them with a finishing polish on a foam pad to bring out that remaining shine. Oh, and I hand polished the top edge of the black plastic since that's what you see when you open the trunk. Just like the rest of the car, they're not brand new, but they look really good now. Here's another before and after with the top and bottom. Under the hood, there was a thick layer of dust on everything since I haven't even wiped it down in months. Starting from the top, I used the same polish that I used on the paint on the inside of the hood. Since this is technically a cleaner wax, it gets rid of any water stains and adds just the right amount of shine. And as you can see by the red stain on the towel, this is still removing a tiny amount of paint despite being incredibly gentle. Next up, it's time to break out the steam again to clean the strut towers and in behind the fuse box and stuff like that. The dust had really accumulated on the stereo amp, so that needed some attention. Have you ever watched somebody do a 2-step paint correction on a stereo amplifier before? Well, you're about to. All of the black plastic under the hood wasn't necessarily dull or damaged, but it needed a little extra sheen. I didn't want it to look wet and glossy like somebody dumped a bottle of Armor All on it. I just wanted a rich, black appearance. Lithium trim serum did exactly what I wanted. Next, I conditioned the leather trim that surrounds the amp. This was a little dried out, so I was hoping the conditioner would soak in a little bit. I think it did a decent job, so we'll call that a win. Here's a before and after of the wiper cowl. Remember, I cleaned it thoroughly early on during the washing stage, so now it just needed to be restored with trim serum. All right, it's finally time to put Humpty Dumpty back together. I'm actually really looking forward to putting all these pieces back on the car, and I think it's gonna be really rewarding, really satisfying. So we're just gonna hit it all in one shot. Well, we are nearing the end of the project here, and I figure probably got about another day or so. I got the car all reassembled, it's all put back together into one whole unit, and tomorrow morning I'll be doing some touch-up paint. I'm going to detail the interior, and then we're going to do a final coat of wax on it as well. And I think we should be good to go then at that point. See you in the morning. So you're probably wondering why you just watched me brush some touch-up paint on this lip instead of getting it resprayed. Isn't that a hack job? And yeah, you would be right. That it's not the right way to do it. This lip is damaged and it needs to be repainted properly. But I feel like when older cars get to be this age, they almost always all have a story to tell, or many stories to tell. In this case, many years ago, I couldn't get insurance on this car due to excessive modifications that were done to it. And I was trying to get it to winter storage for the year. I couldn't drive it on the street. I was trying to load it on a car trailer. I was all frustrated and flustered. And I smoked the ramps of the trailer with the front lip. I didn't have the clearance and scratched up the lip pretty badly. So there's always been these sort of white, bare fiberglass marks underneath the car. And when I take a picture or shoot a video out at a low angle, it's noticeable. So I did want to touch it up a little bit to make it less obvious and make it so I don't have to Photoshop every image of the front end of this car. But I didn't necessarily want to fix it completely because I feel like the stories of a car add to its character. And I'm not quite ready to just delete that part of the car's history. With detailing, it's difficult to know when to chase perfection and when to allow a car to tell its story. And I feel like sometimes you want to fix things properly, sometimes you want to just keep the car honest and give it some character. So that's what I'm doing here. Maybe someday I'll get the lip properly repaired, the fiberglass fixed, and get it resprayed by a body shop. But for now, I'm just touching it up a little bit. So at this stage in the detail, it's time to do some tooth picking. Basically, anytime that you've been polishing a car, you're gonna have spent compound and polish, tape lines, stuff like that to deal with. This car's got all kinds of that all over the place. So there's like a gob of compound I found in here somewhere from somebody else that has polished the car. The letters on the mirrors have old compound or wax or something stuck in them. So it's exactly what it sounds like. It's a matter of going through the entire car and basically just toothpicking your way to success. So using a literal toothpick, or for bigger spots, I'll actually take a cloth, and this is a bamboo cocktail skewer, and I'll wrap this up inside the cloth, kind of like this, and just get into all the little cracks and crevices and try to clean up any of the remaining compound and stuff like that, because it's gonna really stand out now that we've got the rest of the car looking so good. Tedious work, but these are the kind of things that make all the difference in the end result. Let's get to it. All right, well, it's been a day. This camera's been giving me problems. I had to update the firmware and stuff, but I think we're back in action now. I lost a lot of time due to that. So next up, we're gonna do the interior, and you know, interiors are not really camera friendly for filming and stuff, so I'm not sure how much I'm gonna be able to film, but there's not a whole lot that needs to be done in here. It's pretty clean. I keep it pretty clean and tidy in here, and it's just a little bit of a dusting. I am going to do like a deep clean on the floor mats. The main thing is I'm going to condition and treat these leather seats. So I talked about this in a previous video about the truth about leather conditioners and how they don't actually do anything, except for if it's old weathered leather and you have a product that's meant to stay on the surface for a long time. And that's the exact case with this car here today. As much as I'd love to do a crazy deep cleaning of the interior with brushes and fancy looking suds, it just didn't need it. There was a light layer of dust on the panels and that's about it, so I saved some time by using an all-in-one cleaner and protectant product on a rag. Normally I prefer to use separate products, but in this case, for a car like this, I'm not worried too much about having the ultimate protection. I did do a deeper cleaning on the seats though, so that they would be ready to accept the leather conditioner as much as possible. For the leather, I used lithium hide rehab and I put it on pretty thick. I wanted it to absorb as much as possible since the clear coat on these seats was pretty worn out. Normally you would come back after a few minutes to wipe off the excess, but I really wanted to saturate these, so I left it. As a matter of fact, I came back later and did a second application too. The end result isn't wet or greasy looking, it's just a nice matte finish, the way automotive leather is supposed to look. At first glance, you might think that these floor mats just need a quick vacuuming, but they're actually dirtier than they look. So I sprayed some all-purpose cleaner on them, scrubbed them with a drill brush, and then used an extractor with just water in it to pull up any dirt and the remaining cleaner. You can see how dark black the driver's side mat looks compared to the before shot of the passenger mat, and it's worth noting that the driver's side was far dirtier than the passenger too.
So I think we can all agree that these mats did not look very dirty to begin with. It looked like they could just use a quick little vacuuming and it kind of matched the rest of the interior. So this is the end result that I've got here, and they look really nice, of course. But they weren't as clean of a starting point as you might have thought, because here's the water that came out of the carpet extractor. Look at that. That was just in the floor mats. So don't be deceived. If you think your carpets in your car are clean, you might have this hiding in there and you didn't even know it until you actually extract it out. So interesting stuff, also kind of gross.
After I was done making a mess with cleaners and other products, I gave the glass a good cleaning. Everyone has their own process for this, but I like to use 2 towels. I follow up with a second dry one in order to get a streak-free finish. Let me know if you want to learn more about glass cleaning, and maybe I'll make a video about it in the future. The Alcantara on the personal steering wheel was a bit dirty, but not too bad. I'm not a fan of getting suede or Alcantara wet if I don't absolutely have to, so I didn't use a cleaner on it. I feel like sometimes getting this material wet does more harm than good. Instead, I just use a brush to dust off any dead skin from my hands, I know, yuck, and stand the fibers back up so it looks fresh again. The end result isn't perfect, but it matches the condition of the rest of the car, and that was the goal here. It's time to fill the garage with the smell of coffee and carnauba wax. Normally when someone mentions a hand wax, it simply describes applying wax manually rather than using a polisher to spread it around. Not this time. This is an old school technique that has become a completely lost art. I've only seen a handful of people ever talk about it online. But since this car is from a different era, with a single stage old school paint system, I think it makes sense to treat it as such. Spreading wax with your hands allows your body heat to warm it up and make it even more butter-like when you spread it. The reason I'm doing it on this car is because it's the most gentle way to apply a coat of carnauba on the paint. When you use an applicator, foam, microfiber, whatever, it doesn't matter, you can't feel what's going on. There's an object between your hand and the paint. By using your bare hands, you can feel everything. So if some kind of contamination falls on the paint, you can stop immediately rather than unknowingly scratch the rest of your car with it stuck in your applicator. Now, I understand this isn't for everyone. I'll be honest, the novelty of it is part of the reason why I'm doing it. It just seems like a fitting way to wrap up this project on a car that I have a tremendous level of respect for. In a modern world filled with fancy ceramic coatings and self-healing films, I think it's important for us to continue sharing the skill set and techniques from the OGs that came before us. Why didn't I ceramic coat this car? Well, quite frankly, it doesn't need it. It's garage kept, and if I drive it in bad weather, it's going to try to kill me. This car wouldn't benefit from the protection found in a ceramic coating. Not to mention, there's a good chance that this sensitive paint would make applying a coating a nightmare. Finally, I don't care who you are, but nothing beats the look, smell, and experience of applying a nice layer of carnauba wax. After all that hard work, I don't want to drive it and risk getting it dirty again. This thing is probably just going to sit in the garage so it looks perfect for as long as possible. Nah, screw that. Cars are meant to be driven and enjoyed. Some of my fondest memories came from driving this car, and dang it, I want to make more. There's nothing quite like the feeling of driving a freshly detailed car. You can always clean it up again, plus all the protection left behind from the detailing process will make it easier to look after. Man, I can't wait to take Eva out for a date in this car now. The project is complete. 3 weeks, 71 hours, tons of backbreaking work. It was all worth it to be able to share my love for this car with the world. It was a great chance to remind myself of what I'm capable of and what this car has the potential to look like. It still has scars, bruises, and permanent damage, just like me. I think it's perfect. Look in here. What's that? Is your car nice and shiny? Look at it. What do you think? Yeah.
Where am I allowed to touch?
Nothing. It's gonna be a good day, but don't stall it. Don't stall it. There's a pretty girl in the car. Don't stall it. You thought the GoPro was on just to capture the sweet date night moments? Have you never been on YouTube before?